drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked it.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I am ecstatic and horrified to be... Gil says, thanks for putting me in this effed up world. Yeah, I'm ecstatic to be with y'all today. I'm also a little bit horrified to be with you today. Timothy Douglas says, I never liked him, actually. Yeah, that was me. That was me. I never liked him. So in 2015, he took a giant metaphorical, rhetorical dump on John McCain. And I was like, listen, you can hate John McCain for being a warmongerer, but maybe pooping on our nation's veterans by smack talking John McCain's military service, which I think is above reproach, is not the way to earn my vote as a veteran. And I was like, oh man, I have some principles that have been violated. I guess I can't F with this guy. And then I just watched my entire party and political affiliation just twist itself into knots in order to accommodate this abhorrent human being. And then I watched him break the promises that he made to the people who twisted themselves into pretzels. And I'm like, of what value was you turning yourself into pretzels in order to accommodate this guy? Kind of insane. Christian Blair says, good morning. Last night's debate was cringe, and I'll say soy instead of what you said. Yeah, Christian Valeris. That's why I wasn't announcing all of my debates at night. You were like, Connor's so lazy. He doesn't show up on time. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna start showing up between 9:30 and 9:40 to make Christian Valeris happy. Then Christian Valeris was like, he's so lazy. He's not posting his nighttime debates. And I was like, do you really want me to do that? And you were like, yeah. And then I was like, all right. And then I posted it. And then you were like, wow, that was horrible. And I was like, yes, I warned you. Tagring says, what's up, fam? What's up, man? How you living? I'll do a demonstration then, Tagarung. I'll do not Tagarung, Christian Blair. So I'll do a demonstration. Are you on mobile? Is that why you're not seeing what you need to see? I don't know why you're not seeing what you need to see. So let me pull this over here. Let me present, and then hopefully I don't dox anyone. Let me pull up my Discord. All right, I'm not on a screen that doxes anyone. Okay, all right. So here's the cog. All right, if I send you an invite by clicking the invite to server button and then copying this link and then sending it to you, you should be able to click onto it. And you might get put into a rules list. So there might be like only 2 or 3 of these things that are screenable because we put in a rules list a little bit ago. So if you go to the rules list, you click on it, and then you click an emoji. An emoji will allow you to acknowledge the rules, and it gives you access to the rest of the server. Once you have access to the rest of the server, your stuff is not going to be perfectly like mine. And honestly, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's in here that's probably superfluous. But we got our AFK, we got our gulag where we time people out who are psychos. We got fun and games. So we got the meme dump, guns, art and fashion, all things nerddom. We got community growth where if you want somebody in the community to help you grow as a person, you could tag them. They could talk to you about that. Warhammer Warp Storm is where the Warhammer nerds hang out. Debate and politics is, let's be real, 70% of the traffic in the Discord. Connor, chill in chat. The reason why I set this up was because I realized that so many people were tagging me in chill chat, good faith, and whatever, that I needed a separate chat where I could hang out. Now people just use it as a second chill chat. where everybody just kind of hangs out and talks shit, but realistically, that's totally fine. And then that's cool. Wobbly Sausage sent this, which is actually, weirdly enough, I'm probably just going to draw this video myself. High Lords of Terra are mods, and then this is where I would hang out in a waiting room if I could, and then at the top is announcements and content. So anyways, Christian Valeris, if you're not seeing any of this, it's because you haven't acknowledged the rules for the server. That's why you're not seeing it. Solidus says, I forgot my headphones. I don't know what's being said here, but I'm here in spirit. Based. So Jim Baker says, long live the cog. That debate last night was wild. Well, thank you, Jim Baker. I appreciate you. My favorite FBI agent coming in to share praise for the psychotic debate we did last night. For those of you who missed it, if you want to catch the VOD, I don't know why you would, because you're just going to do psychic damage to yourself. But the VOD was Grace Thorpe and a Muslim dude named Manar. And I'll say it. He was a Muslim conservative, giga conservative. We're debating Malish and I. Malish is a Pakistani gal who lived in Pakistan until 13 years old. Then she moved to Canada and she became a Western degenerate lefty. She's in her late 30s, I suppose. And she has a OnlyFans and she reads the Quran. Now, we don't know, like on her OnlyFans as a apostasy, sacrilege, whatever thing. And effectively what happened, probably 3/4 of the way through the debate, Manar was like, oh, yeah, you should be beaten, imprisoned, and or killed for digitally prostituting yourself and for reading the Quran and participating in blasphemy. And then I was like, okay, Grace, do you really want to live in a society where I, as a conservative, could say, hey, Malish, I think that you're engaged in like antisocial, rebellious teenage behavior late into your 30s. You're probably being a little crazy with it. And as a result, you could grow up, you could mature and become a better person. And then that way I'm culturally pressuring her to be a better person and be less of an edgelord. Or do you want a society where Manar's in charge and then Manar sends police to Malish's house and they capture her, incarcerate her, and beat her for what she's currently doing? And then I think Grace dodged it. So that was kind of funny. Christian Blair says, I look for it. I usually only see chill chat, which is where I comment. Interesting. Well, I don't know what to do for you, bud. Gonna have to figure it out. Christian Blair says, rule breaker. That's going to be my sword's name. Sen Patriarch says, dude, Grace was crazy with that abuse comment. Yeah, she was like, oh yeah, every now and then, black women need to get whooped up on because they're so loud and uppity. And it's like, whoa, what is going on here? What? I mean, I don't think she knows. I don't think she knows where her, where what she says for attention begins and what her sincere perspectives are. I don't think she knows where's the actress Grace Thorpe, the online personality who says crazy shit for attention, and where is the human being Grace Thorpe who actually has sincere beliefs about reality. I don't think she knows the difference between those two people. Fast and Bulbous says, W Maduro gone. L zero trust in the admin for what's next. This is the only correct take. Yeah, there you go. Well, you just saved us a stream, Fast and Bulbous. I'll see you guys later. I'm kidding. We're here for the next 5 hours for overwrought political analysis. So don't worry about that. Oh, that was Grace. She's such an arsler. Well, yeah, there you go. Grace is in her 30s. No, Grace is 23, she said last night, but Malige is in her late 30s. I think. I don't know. Penny Baker says, imagine thinking it's okay to tell someone they should be beaten for doing sex work. Yeah. Listen, I'm okay with some levels of prostitution being prohibited. I'm okay with culturally disincentivizing the majority of the population from participating in sex work. I'm okay with a healthy chunk of conservative cultural pressure to say, hey, these things are bad and they're going to hurt you. However, involving agents of the state in order to go beat women because they're saying the wrong things or dressing the wrong way, not my cup of tea. I'll put it that way. I actually like living in a free society. I actually like a free society. You know what's so annoying is that like in order to be a person online, you either have to, and this is an exaggeration, of course, but you either need to have Destiny's personal life and then have like normal liberal takes, even though he says crazy shit every now and then, or you have to be an authoritarian. Like that's like the two ways to be spicy online enough to get attention is be like, I think that murdering people is good. Like that's, you got to do that shit, or you have to have an insane personal life. Jen Winkler says, I had no idea Chill Chat was supposed to be for Connor Laugh My Ass Off. I thought it was the general. Well, there's two. There's the normal Chill Chat, which just says under the debate and politics section, it says Chill Chat. And then there's the Connor Chillin channels, and it says Connor Chillin Text Chat and Connor Chillin BC. And back when I was walking every night, I was doing that. I was hanging out in there more often, but it's just become another Chill Chat. Zena says, as a Canadian, I'm not exactly optimistic about the future. I don't know what midterms will accomplish if Trump isn't bound by the law. Well, that's kind of what we're going to talk about today. Justin Garcia says, good morning, Connor. Good morning to you, King. Tiger Room says, debating is wild because I'm not just confident I know all the facts and wouldn't want to mislead the fam. Better than Connor take that job. Haha. Taggering, you think you need to know facts in order to debate? This is, that's your first mistake. Vince Neal says, Donald Trump has my trunk. He has my vote. He just needs to do Cuba, Iran, and Russia next. Only then will I vote for him. Also, I hope Rubio is spearheading the establishment of democratic systems. I hope. Yeah, see, Vince Neal, this is like a neoconservative wet dream, but they're kind of doing it in the dumbest way possible. So it's kind of frustrating. Evan says, Thorpe Puentes and Ryan Mulally are people I do not watch, period. Interesting. Fast and Bulba says, this is morally wrong. Hyphen incest girl. Well, to be fair, we don't know if they were pretending for internet points. We don't know if the Thorpes were pretending to be an incestuous couple for internet points. I don't know. Conservative liberalism says Islam popularizes honor killings and mandates apostate killing. Well, you would have loved last night's debate, conservative liberalism. Christian Lair says, I am looking for the rules found Praetor's announcement message. Cool. Jeb Kush says, hotter take. We need to establish boundaries. All right. Well, what I want to do, because I want to, I do want to engage in the drama of the day, right? So if we want to watch a Pisco debate where he's screaming at people because he is good faith, which I think is funny. I think that the 10 minutes that I watched of the debate were not funny at all. They were super dry. I don't know if that guy's in Vegas, but it looks like his green screen backdrop is Las Vegas. But there's this guy who I haven't seen in the debate scene before, but he was acting like he was a debate scene veteran. And he was calling out Pisco for being a pedant, which I thought was funny. And then Pisco was saying, no, I'm not a pedant. But then the guy was like, okay, tell me what you think about objective truth and reality. And then Pisco was like, what do you mean by objective? What do you mean by truth? And I was like, all right, Pisco. Okay. Oh, that was mad funny to me. That was mad funny. All right, can I zoom out anymore? I can't zoom out anymore. I'm going to copy Google Maps. I'm going to snip it. I'm going to put it into Paint so we can start painting, and then we'll take a little geopolitical detour. The old heads are going to love this, because this will just be like a classic Counterpoints geopolitical rant. The new heads, the people who just want me to like watch drama, just like, shut up, Connor. Watch the drama slop of the day so I can run you in the background. Those people are not going to be as happy, at least for like the first hour of stream, maybe the first like 90 minutes of stream, because we're actually going to do some geopolitical analyses. It's going to be interesting. So let me copy that. And then I got a copy that I can draw on of Africa. And then I need Canada, Alaska, maybe Greenland. Yeah, I need all this. So let me pull up my snipping tool again. I promise it is not for balls. All right, let me pull this up. Let me paste it. Let me put it together. All right, cool. We got a geopolitical map that we can draw on, which is excellent. Okay, so let me pull up the stream. Let me pull over chat. Let's take a look. And let's do this. Rule breaker, the name of my sword. Let me catch up with people. Fast and Bulbous is my favorite Bill Clinton Peace Corps quote. It depends on what your definition of is. Brah. Jen Winkler says, PF Young is proof positive that you don't need to know anything about facts to debate at all. Well, you know, he's a vibes guy. Jung Monarch says air superiority is king in warfare. I know. That's why I keep seeing clips from Pandora. I keep seeing clips from the new James Cameron Avatar movies. And I'm like, why have the Marines not established air superiority? It feels like that's the first thing that you should establish. Christian Blair says, was that debate the one with Pisco and Lactoid recently on Wick? That was Friday or Saturday. That was mad funny. All right. We love geopolitics here, surely. True. Counterpoints Diorio. True. All right. Venezuela has 30 trillion barrels worth of oil. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Yo, Sen, I finished Persepolis Rising yesterday. What the fuck? All right, interesting. Christian Blair says, by the way, for my fellow DGGers, you get one more day to vote for Connor for best buddy. You understand, man. You understand that, what was it? It was like, I saw food shops doing the DGG wars, Orbiter Wars have begun, and I clicked on it, and it was the DGG Buddy of the Year, and I wasn't even in the running. And I was like, oh, that's how you feel, DGG. I got you. Maybe it was Ally of the Year, Friend of the Year. But Zico and Sanchez wasn't on there. Zico and Sanchez was the Unfuck America person who was on their shit. Yeah. Ally of the Year is food. Oh, my God. Listen. It's no offense, DGG, but it's hard not to hate you sometimes. I think you guys are arslers sometimes. But anyways, that's okay. Let me do an intro and let's get cracking a little bit. So, hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. We are going to be breaking down the invasion of Venezuela, the abduction of the president of Venezuela, and how this is going to geopolitically affect the world. I have no idea whether or not this is going to become a segment, but I know that I should do it. So I'm going to have Google Maps up here. I'm going to have Microsoft Paint over here. We're going to be painting up a storm. We're going to be discussing important geopolitical matters while also making jokes and having fun. So if you're interested in that kind of content, come along for the ride. So let's go ahead and get cracking. And let's take a look at a map. And let's play our own version of, what is it, Hearts of Iron? There's some is it Hearts of Iron, or is there another game where you play with maps and invade the world? Anyways, but back to the memes. Christian Blair says allied choices for DGG are Food Shop Z, SFO, Mockler, the dude that runs Pangburn, and Ukrainian Anna. Dude, that should be Zico and Sanchez or Adam Mockler all day. I don't know what SFO did. And then Pangburn should 100% be up there. I just don't think he should win. I was very dismayed that you weren't in the ally category. Huge mistake. I voted Pangburn, though, and I did vote for you for Buddy or whatever that category was. It's all right. I get annoyed, though. All right, anyways, so this is Venezuela, okay? And the reason why we care about Venezuela, and I'm going to be highlighting them in red along the lines of their border, is because Venezuela is a socialist nation that kicked out all of the oil companies and capitalist foreign interests, I think in the late 90s, early thousands. I definitely remember them talking about it in the early thousands. And it became who was the guy who predated Maduro? Wasn't it Chavez? I think it was Chavez. So there was this guy who was a socialist dickhead who took over the country, then passed it off to his lieutenant, who I think was Maduro. And I think everybody's frustration with this is that we all knew that it was going to end in tears, right? regardless of whether or not it was the capitalist countries who were going to say, oh, we're going to sabotage Venezuela's success, or if it was Central and South American corruption, or if it was a socialist regime becoming a dictatorial shithole, we knew that it was all going to end in tears. And what happened over the past 20 years was, of course, Bernie Sanders, because Bernie Sanders, he never found an authoritarian fucking communist nation that he couldn't simp for before it implodes. He wrote in the early thousands, because Venezuela has one of the most, the largest supply proven oil reserves on the planet. And they effectively nationalized the oil supply and said, we're going to do all these amazing social programs. And so Bernie Sanders in the early thousands said, actually, if you're looking at the American dream, it's less likely to be realized in New York, and it's more likely to be realized in Caracas. That's why I fucking hate Bernie Sanders, dude. That's why I hate him, because he's like, oh, I'm a cutesy uwu social democrat. I'm a democratic socialist, but Venezuela, Cuba, Soviet Union, China, they all got things that we could learn from, which could be descriptively true. But at the same time, it comes off as simping when you're a democratic socialist yourself. But anyways, I'm going to add Cuba to the socialist, anti-United States, but realistically anti-American axis of not evil, but like anti-American, anti-imperialist axis. And what's interesting about the Venezuelan raid is that of the 40 people reported killed in the raid, 35 of them were Cuban military officers. Isn't that crazy? And so something that Marco Rubio said, because he's a Cuban American who hates Cuba, because it's also a socialist shitty regime. He was saying like, oh, well, effectively what's happened is the Cuban regime has actually taken over the Venezuelan regime through military assistance, where the competent military assistance to Venezuela has come from Cuba, which is why so many Cubans were killed in the raid. That was a crazy sentence. All right. Conservative liberalism says Bernie Sanders' remarks are informed by the stark and growing economic disparity here at home. Dude, go grab that. This is what I wanted from the debate last night. I wanted someone in chat to show up like with pencils and to jam them into my fingernail beds because of how painful the debate last night. Steel manning Bernie Sanders while he's simping for socialist nations from a liberal perspective. I just do the same thing. Come on over. I'll post my address in Discord. You can take a bunch of pencils. You can jam them into my fingernail beds. That's going to be less painful than me pointing out to you that our slurred social democrats are, our slurred social democrats are simping for socialist regimes. Okay. Just come do that instead. Okay. It'll be easier. It'll be faster. Vorpal says, looking forward to having to fast track learning about the history of Venezuela before MAGA starts making shit up about it. Yeah. Truth be told, I'm probably making some stuff up here. Christian Blair says, Connor, you should react to the newest Ryan Macbeth video. It fits with this topic perfectly. Okay. Maybe we'll do that when we're done with geopolitical analysis. So let me scroll in. What debate last night, says Zenith? Well, the debate last night was, is Islam better for women? And the answer is no. And what was hilarious about it was Grace Thorpe showed up in a hijab and started simping for Islam and saying that any criticism of like bad Islamic cultural practices was actually like it was Islamophobic Jewish Hasbara propagated by the state of Israel to make Christians and Muslims hate each other. And then she had a debate partner, and her debate partner was called Manar, which was hilarious. And Manar was like, no, women should stop being whores. And if they're whores in public, we should 100% beat them. And if they have an OnlyFans like Malish, who was my debate partner, then yeah, like they're corrupting the public morals and they should be incarcerated. And if they engage in apostasy, then they should be killed. And so it was mad funny watching like the cognitive dissonance on Grace Thorpe's face, where she's trying to say like, oh, Islam is totally like uwu and kawaii, and there's no social problems whatsoever. And, you know, as a result, we should be totally chill. And then Minar's like, yeah, you should be totally chill. You should be totally chill so I can, you know, bring back beating women. And it's like, all right. I don't know if that's your best debate friend. Okay, but I'm going to draw Iraq in a bordered red for two reasons, okay? If you'll consult your screen, we're still drawing on our geopolitical map. Iraq used to be hostile to the American imperialist project, you know, when Saddam Hussein was there. And Saddam, using weapons that the Americans provided during the Iran-Iraq war, attacked Israel and attacked Saudi Arabia, which is part of the reason why we wanted to depose and overthrow Saddam. Well, once we deposed and overthrew Saddam, we did institute a society that was technically more democratic because the Shia had more political power. And now Iraq is in this like split geopolitical orbit where the Shia dominate the society, and the Shia are naturally sympathetic to the Iranians because they share an ethno-religious heritage, but they also still sell oil to the United States in order to keep it going. Now, Yemen is also interesting because Iran has used them as a backdoor to harass Saudi Arabia. There's a group called the Houthi rebels in Yemen that are now the Houthi government. They're the group that has done the Red Sea crisis. And effectively, I forget if they're Shia or if they're Shia aligned, but a majority of the population is Sunni, which is the same thing. And this is like talking about like Protestants and Catholics in Ireland, right? But so Saudi Arabia is Sunni, majority of the population of Yemen is Sunni, but I think a Shia sympathetic or Shia ethno-religious group has taken over Yemen, and then to protest the alleged genocide in Israel, they have been shutting down commercial traffic through the Red Sea. I think this is the Red Sea. I forget. I think this is the Red Sea. And they've been using this geopolitical sensitivity, this little strait. I think it's called the Strait of Aden. This is the Gulf of Aden, so that would make sense if that was the Strait of Aden. But they've been shutting this down, and any commercial traffic that is affiliated with the United States or Israel, they've been openly attacking with rockets, machine guns, and drone attacks. And it's killed like a few dozen merchant sailors. It's damaged a few $1 billion worth of infrastructure. It's not been great. The Yemeni blockade of the Red Sea it's been not good, as the kids would say. And then we got China. Which is going to take a while to draw. But effectively what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set up the stage for the geopolitical players as they currently stand, because you need to understand Venezuela not as, oh, the United States is saber rattling against an isolated socialist country. You need to understand it as there are geopolitical players across the entire planet who are vying for power, influence, and energy. And as a result, they are going to fight naturally over the resources of the planet. We need to pick our teams wisely, but we also need to engage in geopolitical. I don't know if this is part of China or not, but that's fine. Who cares? I can be a little racist against the Chinese and not fully understand their borders. It's fine. But the point is that not only do we need to understand these players, we need to understand our role in it, and we need to understand how Donald Trump has kind of fucked up the game a little bit last night or over on Friday, right? So let's talk about that a little bit while I'm continuing to draw. So my frustration is not with projecting power into Central and South America in order to depose narco-terror states in order to get better relations with said states so that the United States and those states can both profit and have a more healthy relationship. That is not my problem with what happened on Friday. My problem with what happened on Friday was it was a unobjectionable act of war. Okay? Deploying military forces into another sovereign nation to capture and depose the president of said nation is objectively an act of war. And not only is it an act of war, we've already been engaging in other acts of war. As an example, like taking all of those all those oil tankers, blowing up random civilian vessels in the Caribbean. I would consider all of those acts of war. And so to just be doing those willy-nilly without an authorization of use of force from Congress, I think is like, it's effectively an indication that Donald Trump has lost his effing mind, and the people around him will not call him out on it because they know that ultimately the buck stops with him. And not only does the buck stop with Donald Trump, but effectively they're getting everything they've wanted. Marco Rubio has wanted a more aggressive posture against Cuba and against socialists because he is a Cuban whose family escaped the socialist regime. And so he's wanted a more aggressive Central and South American posture. He's always wanted this. And so just because Donald Trump is doing it in an illegal fashion doesn't change anything. I'll draw a little line out. I don't know if the Spratlys are actually out there, but don't worry. We'll have a geopolitical line somewhere. Oh God, I got to do Russia. Let me just check in with chat real quick while I'm continuing to draw, because frankly, I started drawing and I was like, this is going to be sick, but I didn't realize how big these countries were, and therefore it's going to take a while to get them going. Evan says, we're repeating the 50s and 70s again, and y'all yap it the F up. True. I don't know if you're attacking me because I'm yapping, but yeah. Tigerin says Marco Rubio is running this game almost certainly. Yeah, and he's doing it illegally, which is crazy. Beef Supreme says it's wild, Connor, to kidnap state leaders and take de facto military occupation in that country. It's effing dictator behavior. Well, that's the thing is, to my knowledge, we don't have troops in Venezuela right now, even though Donald Trump claimed that we were going to militarily control Venezuela going forward. Because if we had infantry in the country, number one, I think we would need a declaration of war from Congress, or at least an authorization for use of military force. Number two, I think we would be hearing about like running gun battles between American infantry and Maduro loyalists who were fighting American infantry for the sake of trying to like pressure the United States into releasing Maduro. So yeah, Eben says everything you hated about Iraq, y'all are cheering for here again. Yeah, exactly. Ved Sunil says, unfortunately, I like neocon geopolitics. Y'all are not convincing me on this otherwise. Ved Sunil, I like neocon geopolitics. I would be perfectly okay with kidnapping Maduro if it was authorized by Congress. We should have the debate as a population about when and how we send our troops into battle. What is worth blood? What is worth treasure? And if we're going to send our troops into harm's way for blood and for treasure, then we need to have the consent of the people. It cannot be a dictator just saying, yeah, unilaterally, we're just going to war. Unilaterally, we're just going to war. This is in our best interest. I know it's in our best interest, so we're just going to war. And that's crazy. It's crazy to me. Nork, thank you for the 5. When there's a good break in the content, I need you to publicly to condemn or approve my book cover. Okay, that sounds fun. Then it looks like we got another super chat, but let me engage with a few more before we keep going. So Fashion 40 says, and I say that as someone who has Guyanese friends and have heard how fucked up the Venezuelan government was towards the border cities. Yep. Tiger says, man, not usually a great thing being on the same side as you, Sunil, but here I am. Happens. Short Stack Goblin says, Connor, the Yemen Sunni majority is mostly in the south, the area not controlled by the Houthis. The Houthi area is a little above 50% Shia. There you go. It's illegal, but who the F cares? No. I care. Fast and Bulbous says, Connor, when do you think Marco Rubio will finally come out as gay? Never. Fell Runner for 5 says, daily chip, start a super goal. Oh, true. Let's do that. Thank you, Fell Runner. Let me do that. Let me open up a YouTube real quick. Let me switch accounts to my Valor Media Network account. And by the way, we got some fire content coming your way. Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoints 40K and Counterpoints Sci-Fi all have good content coming out. All right, let me go to YouTube. Let me go to my own live stream. Valor Media Network. And thank you to the 100 people who are hanging out for geopolitical analysis. I know it's a little bit drier. I know it's Media Network. And thank you as fast as I should be drawing all this shit for you, but I think it's important. So I'm going to keep going with this, even if it's not as sexy as yelling at people about their sexual habits. Kazra says, Connor, I disagree. The difference with past, well, number one, Kazra, I'm happy you're alive. Kazra says, Connor, I disagree. The difference with past is now Venezuela and Iranian population are USA friendly, but there was a time the USA overthrew so many countries against the will of their people. You understand that if you guys successfully depose if we depose the Venezuelan government, and then you guys riot in the streets and overthrow the regime in Tehran, the United States is getting blamed for the bloodshed in both scenarios, no matter what, right? Like, Kazra, on Friday, didn't you tell us, like, hey, I might not be around for a while. There's lots of riots in the streets. We're going to see how this shakes out. You know, if I don't come back, it's because the internet's down and or I'm dead. Didn't you tell us that on Friday? Sacred Snow says, also probably not the best idea to occupy a whole ass country while China is running training operations and blockades to take Taiwan as we're legitimizing that action. Sacred Snow, that's what's interesting to me, is the power projection from us saying that we can unilaterally depose the leader of Venezuela. On what moral basis do we object to China taking Taiwan? I don't understand. If they invaded Taiwan and they were like, oh yeah, well, you know, this is just kind of what we have to do in our geopolitical interest. The Taiwanese were a runaway, breakaway, illegitimate government from, you know, back, you know, from 100 years ago. It, you know, not only is in our geopolitical interests, but they're also like, you know, where they're a part of China and they are selling weapons to our enemies, which is a clear and a clear and present danger to the sovereignty of the Chinese people. Therefore, we needed to invade China. Invade Taiwan. Why? On what grounds do we object? Now, I object because I think that China is a police state dictatorial shithole, but we're kind of eroding any moral authority that we had. Anonymous Chatter for 10 says, I would have been okay with the Maduro stuff if it was a joint operation with surrounding countries, but if occupation was the end game, it definitely should have gone through Congress. Yeah, absolutely. Now, I don't know if we're going to occupy. That could just be Trump being an idiot. Tigerung says, because it's in our interest to do so, and we have the power to do so. Exactly. But China can make that exact same argument. So, Sen Patriarch says, what are you, an effing... What was that? A libtard? Congress is there to cut to the president. Duh. Wow, getting a little spicy in chat, huh? Sacred Snow says, literally the only justification we have to defend Taiwan now is national security, economic security, because they produce our microchips. Yep. Jen Winkler says, and there was a plan that didn't involve us stealing all the resources and leaving Venezuelans way worse off. Right. ICE says the United States had moral authority. Wow. Oh, my God. Well, you could say that we eroded our moral authority through the war on terror. I'll give you that. All right, let me take a sip of caffeine and then map off Russia real quick. Send Patriarch. Fell Runner called it Coggers on my stream. So now it's how I'm referring to them. Based. All right, let's draw Russia real quick, and then we'll start doing some analysis. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I am trying to paint as quickly as I can for the Russia stuff because Russia is too big for me to do it in great detail. Because if I do it in great detail, like a third of the stream is just going to be me drawing the borders. Thank you. And then we need to remember that Russia has taken like 25% of Ukraine now. So that's cool. Love that. Love Russia. Love Russia taking 25% of Ukraine. That's fun. That's fun. And then also taking Georgia. They took a part of northern Georgia, but I think this border actually reflects it. And let's get here. Let's go a little bit faster because I think you guys get the point. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. The only good thing about our enemies is oftentimes they enjoy pissing each other off as much as they enjoy pissing us off. And so they will fuck each other over as often as they try to fuck us over. So that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Oh, yeah, North Korea is an enemy as well. Need to get them in there. Whoop. And then let me get the approximate Arctic borders, not Arctic borders, the Pacific borders of Russia, and then let's get it wrapped. And then I'll do some analyses. Okay, here we go. All right, let's zoom out. Okay. Jen Winkler says Putin and Trump and Xi are about to each control 1/3 of the world, just like QAnons have said for years. Russian propaganda that turned out to be true. Yeah. Vincent Neal says, Connor, do you think Maduro would have been toppled without this action? No. Old School says, Turkey, I don't want no map with them foreign spellings, even if they are accurate. True. Yeah, Mongolia is surrounded, but they have a strategic ambiguity where they're willing to deal with the United States for military training, weapons, and economic trade, but they are friendly enough to the Chinese and the Russians that they'll never actually participate in an anti-Chinese or anti-Russian war. So I think Mongolians are the best that we can hope for Mongolia is neutrality. Okay, so let me go ahead and show you what I've drawn so far. So in the Western Hemisphere, would you debate Brian Shapiro on Venezuela? Dude, I would debate Ben Shapiro on whether or not water was wet or the sky was blue, or I would debate Ben Shapiro on anything, bro. Do you know how big of a fucking platform that guy has? Even if I showed up and pooped my pants, that would be an opportunity to get your name out there. Yes, I would debate Brian Shapiro. Oh, Brian Shapiro? Yeah, sure. Brian. Yeah, I would debate Brian on yeah. I got it. I caught it. Brain Shapiro. Yeah, Brain Shapiro is a different guy. Okay. Yeah, I would debate Brain Shapiro. Yeah. I would debate Brain Shapiro on anything. And I would probably be a lot nicer than a lot of his other people, but Brain Shapiro does not have a strong command of the facts. Okay, I feel like he's gotten stomped every time he's shown up to a contentious conversation. So not trying to be too mean to Mr. Brain, but all right. Anyways, let's take a look. So here's the problem that we have as a country. All right. The United States, Canada, Brazil, the Western world, Europe, etc. We've actually achieved a lot in the 20th century that I think is based. So the United States kind of militarily occupied Western Europe. Arguably, it still does to an extent. We've made NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which includes Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and other countries. Belarus is allied with Ukraine, so I should probably add them to this little thing. But the whole point is that we're in a really good position. As a matter of fact, if you look at global GDP, liberal American / Western empire controls or has unilateral or bilateral trade relations with like 70% of the world. Like 70% of the world economically is controlled by the United States. And if you take Cuba, Venezuela, Russia, China, Belarus, Iran, and Yemen out of that total global pie, then you forgot Burkina Faso. But if you take all of these rival and enemy countries out of the global economic pie, then the United States has pseudo economic, commercial, and military control over 70% of the planet. Now, we don't actually control this. Like, we're not showing up to Kuwait with a pistol and walking around waving it in people's faces like, Nazi Germany, and being like, you will eat the McDonald's. You will eat the McDonald's, or we will shoot you in the face, which is like a terrible German accent, by the way. So we're not actually doing that, but we have commercial exports, right? We have cultural exports. Forgot all the AES states. I don't even know what AES is, bro. So the point is that when it comes to Russia, Russia does not want to bend the knee. Vladimir Putin has said that he does not want to enter an alliance with the Western world as a client state. If he ever wants to enter the Western world, you will eat the McDonald's and drink the Coke. Dude, I need flashcards for when I need to, I need somebody to write out the German accent for me. Okay. But the point is, Russia doesn't want to enter the Western world as a client state. If it ever wants to ally with the Western world, which it probably doesn't, it wants to do so as a peer. As a matter of fact, that was the conversation that Bill Clinton was confused by in the 1990s when Russia volunteered to join NATO. Bill Clinton was like, because like the whole point of NATO is to defend against Russian incursion, originally Soviet incursion. That's shifted to Russian incursion because Russians have been territorial aggressive in the past like 2 decades. But if Russians were a part of NATO, could we have better diplomatic negotiations, and could we use that like military strategic alliance in order to pressure China to becoming a part of like the American global empire order? But ultimately, it was so confusing to Bill Clinton that he didn't make any moves on it, because what if Russia uses that new diplomatic friendliness in order to territorially incur on NATO member states, but then say, oh yeah, you guys can't attack us because we're a member of NATO, right? So that's where it was a little bit of like Russian political maneuvering. Who knows what was good faith? Who knows what was bad faith? Who knows what was diplomacy? Who knows? But the point is that the Russians, they're friendly with us for a little bit, then they drift away. Then they're friendly with us for a little bit, then they drift away. They do not want to be clients, right? And then same thing with Iran and Venezuela. If you wonder why we're constantly saber rattling about Venezuela and Iran, well, if you look at this area, this is where a third of the world's proven oil reserves are. Okay. Iraq, Syria, Saudi, UAE, Oman. I don't know if Yemen has a lot of oil, but they might. That's like almost like a third of the world's proven oil is in countries that are kind of friendly-ish to the United States. I think another third of the world's oil is in Iran. And they have some of the I think they have like the second most proven oil reserves on the planet. And then the Venezuela has, I think, the third. Matter of fact, let me pull it up so I'm not just bullshitting y'all. Where world oil proven reserves map. And it's not that the United States doesn't have a shitload through fracking. It's just that Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, and Iran have the next largest proven. So as an example, Canada has 170 gigabarrels, which is billions of barrels. Venezuela has 300. Saudi has 266. Kuwait has 101. Iraq has 142. UAE has 100. Libya has 50. Nigeria, of all places, has 37. Iran has 160. And then Russia has 80. Okay. So if we were to militarily control Venezuela, that would actually be like a huge benefit to the American empire, because not only have you successfully deposed and destroyed a socialist regime in our hemisphere that's hostile to the United States, but you also have, I don't know, like fuckloads. I think F loads is the technical term. but you have an F load of the world's proven oil reserves in your back pocket. Now, the interesting thing about Venezuelan oil is it's so dense. Now, maybe I'm popularizing a myth, but I think this is true. That Venezuelan oil, while in the 300 gigabillion barrels or gigabarrels, 300 gigabarrels range, it's so dense that you have to cut it with Middle Eastern and North African oil. So Venezuela actually, while being incredibly resource rich, it has a complex synthesis process where it has to be cut with Yemeni and Iranian and Russian oil in order to be sold. Okay. So having a hostile socialist regime in Cuba is frustrating to the United States. Having a hostile socialist regime in Venezuela sitting on a shitload of oil is frustrating to the United States. Having that oil reserve back Iranian oil by being able to cut Iranian oil in order to produce even more, and then having that oil being broadly available to our geopolitical rivals, China and Russia, is not great. So, is it in America's geopolitical interest to depose Maduro, to get access to this oil, to help stabilize Venezuela economically, and then help stabilize all of South and Central America to the point, refine? Thank you. That's a better word. Is it in our interest in order to do exactly what we just did within the past week? Absolutely. It's in America's geopolitical interest to do so. However, is Donald Trump a massive douchebag who effectively just declared war on a nation that we have no appetite to actually militarily occupy, and a nation that China and Russia and Iran might be willing to send military advisors and military backing to? Now, the overwhelming consensus is that, like, the United States could kick ass in a military conflict in Venezuela. Like, they do not have a military that can stand up to us. Our air superiority would annihilate any air power they possibly had. Our infantry are probably leagues ahead. Our air cover is going to be amazing. Our naval power is amazing. Like, we could absolutely destroy Venezuela. However, the question is, at what cost? We're just coming out of the global war on terror 5 or 10 years ago. And I think that the American people, generally speaking, are geopolitically exhausted, where we spent 10,000 lives and like $3 trillion in order to, oh, actually, I should probably make Afghanistan a line as well, in order to overthrow the Taliban, kill a bunch of Al-Qaeda members, kill Osama bin Laden, who was actually in Pakistan at the time, then tried to stabilize Afghanistan, fail in stabilizing Afghanistan. Like I said, spend $2 trillion and lose 10,000 people in said conflicts, and then go home with our tail tucked between our legs and have the Taliban take over Afghanistan 2 weeks after we left. So what appetite does the United States have for a protracted occupational war in Central and South America? And would Congress even vote on that? I don't know. I don't even know if Congress would pass an authorization for use of military force. Like I think Congress might actually say, eat a dick. They might not be interested in it. So realistically, if I could time travel right now and tell George W. Bush, hey, actually, just let's switch to targeted sanctions for Iraq, and let's just like assassinate Saddam Hussein and his sons with a mother of all bombs, and then just let Iraq fight a civil war that we're not involved in, and the results are going to be the same. We just don't need to be in Iraq. Let's not do Iraq. And then instead, let's focus on Venezuela. Then if I could travel in that time travel machine, I would. But the problem is that, like, that's the plan, but we have no will to execute it. So what happens now? Checking in with chat, and thank you for the donations, by the way. We will never not care about foreign oil. Yeah, but AKA Batusai, this is one of the things that I want you guys to move past as a chat. All right. Oh, Americans only care about oil. Americans only care about oil. That's like saying like Americans only care about the lifeblood of civilization. It's like, yeah, no shit. Like that. Yeah, we care about the lifeblood of civilization. Who controls the lifeblood of civilization is important. So if we had just abdicated our role as world policemen, let's just say we left Europe. Like immediately after World War II, we're like, hey guys, that was fun. We're out. Okay, so what would have happened is the Soviet Union probably would have swallowed Europe and made mainland Europe socialist, or at least vast swaths of it socialist. Bear in mind, they got as far as Germany. So there would have been Italian and Spanish and French socialist partisans who probably would have been backed by the Soviets and would have overthrown their countries. So you would have had Western Europe becoming a socialist shithole. Then you would have had an even more powerful Soviet Union. Yeah, we'll go to Macbeth in a second. We would have an even more powerful Soviet Union projecting its power into South and Central America. And then not just that, what is it, like South Korea and Japan? Let's say that we had just like, picked up sticks and said, hey, Japan, Korea, China, that was fun, but we're out. Then South Korea absolutely would have gotten swallowed. Southeast Asia absolutely would have gotten swallowed. And Japan would have probably like remilitarized and gotten ready for a land invasion from China because they were the historical antagonists of mainland China. The world would be infinitely worse off had the United States not been the world police in the post-World War II era. And we would have been like economically, socially, politically, and militarily weaker and more isolated as a result. So, yeah, I don't. People want me to apologize for the history of like the 20th century and be like, oh, the United States becoming the world police after World War II was a bad idea. And I'm like, where? Where is it a bad idea? That show me on the map where the world would be improved by the United States withdrawing. So, in order to keep a flow in the content, we can check out the Ryan Macbeth video. Recommend watching Ryan Macbeth and Zahan on geopolitics regarding geopolitical topics, especially this one. We'll check out Ryan Macbeth's channel in a second and check what he has to say. Now, AK Batusai says the majority of Congress will vote yes for occupation of foreign oil fields. You think? I don't know if it's that easy. In the war on terror, we at least had the moral justification of saying, hey, we had a mainland attack on the United States of America by a terrorist organization that has cells in Iraq, which was kind of a lie, but that's okay. It's a nice, sweet little lie. That has cells in Iraq and is currently based in Afghanistan. That's how we got into Afghanistan and Iraq. That's how we sold people on the war on terror. How do you go to the people of the United States and you just say, hey, yeah, we're invading Venezuela and occupying it for the next 20 to 30 years because we want oil people to make a shitload of cash? I'm not saying it's not possible. It's entirely possible that you could just say, hey, this is in our self-interest, let's do it. But I think that's probably going to be one of the most unpopular wars that's ever happened, ever. Like it'll make Vietnam look popular by comparison. Shane says, off topic, would you watch the Marti versus Menard debate January 13th? Speakeasy is going to moderate it. Yeah, sure. I don't know who Marte is, but we could take a look. I know who Menard is now. I know who I will never forget Menard. I'll think about Menard on my deathbed. I'll be like, that was a weird debate. All right. So, anyways, I'm gonna pull up Ryan Macbeth so we can keep this moving. But effectively, like, we are playing a game, guys. We're playing the Game of Thrones. And the Game of Thrones involves pretty much everyone who is not selected in hard red either wants to be independent or is in alliance. Like, if I actually drew all of the allies of the United States, it would actually be, I would be here for the next like 4 hours. So either everybody outside of the red lines wants to be neutral, or they want to be boys with the United States for military and economic benefit. They might not like us, but they benefit from their relationship with us. And so, yeah, like this is the game that we're playing. Where do the world's energy resources go and why? And so that once again, I'll reemphasize it. Too long didn't read. Deposing Maduro, eliminating the social regime in the Western Hemisphere, and getting access to 300 gigabillion barrels of oil is excellent in America's self-interest. However, doing so without an authorization from Congress when the people of the United States have no appetite for war is insane. And I cannot believe that the isolationist, anti-war, no new wars, Donald Trump is the candidate of peace people, have twisted themselves instantaneously into simping for this. It's actually crazy. Fell Runner for 5 says, go to Discord and feature Unork's Good Night Counterpoints. It's worth a segment going over the details. Good Night Counterpoints? What? Is this a... Oh my God, it's me. No way. Send Patriarch. I'm gonna dox our... Wait, hold on. I'll save it. I'll save it and I'll open it. This is beautiful. This is beautiful art. Let me pull it up. And that's my posture too. When I'm in bed, that's my posture. This is perfect. Let me pull this up for you guys. Okay. So Good Night Counterpoints. It's 2:30 a.m. I do go to sleep a little bit earlier than that. I got Grills, Conservatism, and Liberalism for the books that I'm reading. I have tea. Accurate. I don't drink tea before I go to bed. Here is, what is this? Is this Send Patriarch and Grassroots Hegemon in my bed? Counterpoints logo. We have a foldable AK-47 50 caliber Barrett clone hybrid mic stand attached to the window for some reason. That's silly, but I like where this is going. We got Destiny actually doing steroids. Awesome. We have, does this say no hair? I don't know what this says, but that's, it's still obviously a Space Marine. Awesome. And then may your grill stay hot, may your beer stay cold, and may you keep all your fingers while blowing stuff up. This is actually, for being AI, this is like 99% accurate. This is awesome. How do I, man, I should I should take this into Photoshop and then just edit stuff. Like I should just probably get rid of the gun or have my mic stand and my desk off to the side. Everything else is almost perfect. This is brilliant. All right. Anyways, let me pull up Ryan Macbeth. Let's take a look at what he has to say about the situation. I know my take is probably, in retrospect, I don't even know if I needed to draw the map in order to give it to you. But I think the reason why I'm going to save this map, and I'm probably going to improve upon it over time, is because I think that a lot of Americans just kind of look at this stuff and they treat it like it's Narnia. Geopolitical Game of Thrones, where they don't realize that we are involved in a real geopolitical struggle. I did see the moon. The moon was smiling creepily. I don't know what else I was supposed to see about the moon. Oh, Frogan was the moon? That's funny. But we're in a real geopolitical struggle between mixed economy capitalism, theocratic Islam. If you want to consider China the torchbearer of communism, then you should. And they're like the state capitalist, authoritarian police state torchbearer of socialism. And then you have Russia, which is a kleptocratic oligarchic regime. And what I mean by that is a kleptocracy is a society in which the thieves rise to the top. And so from, no, that was Jabba Frogan. Okay, well, now I need to look. Now I need to look again. No, it's in downloads. Is she a... That's Frogan? If you wanted to make that Frogan, you should have put the moon in a hijab. All right, anyways. Let's bring up Ryan Macbeth for the sake of flow. I'm also going to grab a short real quick. So I did a short the other day. Yesterday, I was editing. I was doing the... Excuse me. I was doing all my work. I was doing Counterpoint Sci-Fi, Counterpoint Star Wars, Counterpoints 40K. And I need to pick up the pace a little bit. I can feel it. I can feel the caffeine getting into my blood, and I feel the need to pick up the pace because I feel like I've been spinning my wheels in geopolitical mud for the past hour. But I did cut up a short where I did Counterpoints, kleptocracy, definition, Donald Trump's USA. Well, when he makes $1 billion or $3 billion over the course of a year, absolutely. But I always wanted somebody to do counterpoints out of context. And somebody like a year ago, I think I was too small of a creator for them to keep doing it, but they created a Twitter profile called Counterpoints Out of Context. And they did like 3 or 4 15-second videos and they tagged me in it. And it was effing hysterical. And I loved it. And so I did a segment where I talked about how Twitter had become a hellscape, and it was a YouTube short that I think I'll post to TikTok, and I'll post to YouTube Shorts, and I'll post it to Instagram. But I also did a Counterpoints Out of Context segment, and I got to say, maybe I'm an idiot, but I thought it was hysterical. Like I legitimately thought it was awesome, and it's everything that I wanted it to be. So I'll play it for you. I'll see if you guys think it's funny. I need to go get my laptop and upload it real quick. But while we're doing that, I'm going to pull up the Ryan McBeth segment. So here's an Asmongold Destiny segment. That's easy React content later on. Also, who was it? Adam Mockler was on Jubilee. I want to go watch it probably because it's good content. I don't want to watch it because I understand that not everybody likes to get mogged by the Mockler. Some people think it's not that exciting. Maduro's arrest isn't about oil. It's about China. Ooh. Why did that open? I wanted the video, not the thumbnail. Okay.
2026, United States conducted.
I love this video footage, by the way. I absolutely wanted to find this video footage. Let me update the quality. And let's do a real quick. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. We're going to be checking out Ryan McBeth breaking down the Venezuela situation. For those of you who don't know, or if this is stuck in a time capsule, Donald Trump, the president of the United States, went into Venezuela, a country that is hostile to us, kidnapped their president, and said we were taking over the country. Now, he actually hasn't left military forces on the ground to take over the country, so I have no idea how this is going to work out. I'm going to trust Ryan McBeth's analysis over my own. Let's watch it and break it down. I will be back real quick. I need to go grab my laptop.
Overnight on January 3rd, 2026, United States conducted strikes in Venezuela under Operation Absolute Resolve, and Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, were captured. Multiple outlets are reporting that Maduro was moved to USS custody on the USS Iwo Jima, an amphibious assault ship, and he's expected to face charges in Manhattan federal court. In fact, I believe he just arrived in New York City. That's the headline. Now, here's the important part. This story is still developing. The first 24, 72 hours are going to be full of conflicting claims and propaganda and hot takes. The bot farms are going crazy right now on Reddit and on Twitter saying this was illegal. Now, I am not a lawyer, but there has been an indictment active against Maduro for, I think, about 6 years now. So let's do a short briefing. I'll tell you what I think.
Listen, I'm happy to be enlightened, but if the United States can just conduct random military operations without authorizations from Congress, then we've lost the entire point of the balance of powers in between Congress and the presidency. You can argue that this was eroded in the Mexican-American War. You can argue that this was eroded in Vietnam, eroded in Grenada, eroded during the War on Terror, eroded in our actions in Syria, in Libya, in Yemen. And I'll agree with you. That doesn't mean that the erosion of our balance of power within the different branches of the United States is extremely worrisome, especially with an idiot like Donald Trump in charge. But Ryan McBeth's a smart cookie, so I'll see what he has to say.
This is actually about. First off, this raid was fast. And if you want to see a fast raid, get my novels, The Last Republic, Lies to Rule Men and The Last Republic, available on Amazon and on Audible. If you're a Marine, you can get my Intel Life sweatshirt or bunker branding as well. U.S. forces struck targets around Caracas and other sites, and parts of Caracas reportedly lost power during the operation. Don't know whether that was due to a cyber attack or due to kinetic effects. Maduro and Flores were captured. Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez went on state TV calling it a kidnapping, demanding their release. She might want to get on the next plane to Russia once one becomes available. Reuters reports that the UN Security Council is due to meet over the action. The U.S. is publicly framing this as a law enforcement or counter-narco-terrorism action tied to this New York indictment and terror group drug network claims. Now, legal experts are already questioning the international law basis, and Reuters reported that Congress was not notified beforehand, at least according to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. So is this about oil? Yes, but also no. At least.
Okay, I'm going to have to stay here and not focus on the counterpoint short. I'll grab my laptop. This is too interesting in order for me to walk away. The other thing that I think is throwing a wrench in my gears right now, where I'm getting twisted about, because my inner lib, okay? My inner lib is shrieking. It's saying that this is a violation of war powers. The president has acted unilaterally. You know, even if I'm a neocon, and I think that ultimately, like, getting ourselves involved in Venezuela is going to be good for the United States in the long term. I'm still worried and scared of another war on terror debacle. But at the same time, we did things like Grenada. So for those of you who don't know, after the not the Boston Marathon bombing, that's hilarious. No. The barracks bombing in Beirut, Lebanon, where around 300 service members were killed by the groups that would go on to form Hezbollah. The United States forces withdrew, and then President Reagan was looking for a geopolitical victory. That way he could kind of like boost his poll numbers. And I think that there was like an authoritarian regime in the small island nation of Grenada that had like recently overthrown their president. And there was some American students there or something like that, that he had plausible logic in order to say, oh, we need to defend these people because they're currently being held by an authoritarian regime. And so I think he deployed the Marines, and he deployed a few other quick reaction forces. And we kicked the shit out of the Grenadiers. We kicked the shit out of the Grenadiers real quick. And then that was like a Reagan W, right? And then I don't think we got congressional authorization for that. They might have authorized it after the fact, but I don't think they authorized it before the fact. And then same thing with Operation Blue Spoon, or Operation Just Fury. It was our invasion of Panama, where the Panamanian general and president Manuel Noriega was playing both sides. Okay, so Manuel Noriega, somebody can tell me from their perspective, but this was my understanding of it, was that Manuel Noriega was a CIA asset who was talking to the United States and helping us with our intel gathering operations for narco operations in Central and South America. But simultaneous to that, he was running a banking cartel that was no questions asked. So all of the cartel organizations were able to keep and store and trade and move their money through Panama. And then not just that, he was involved in drug trafficking himself. And so I have no idea what military pretext we used in order to invade Panama, but we invaded Panama, secured the canal, abducted Noriega, and also got into running gunfights with his personal security forces and bodyguards. And once again, I have no idea if Congress authorized any of that shit. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Vince O'Neill says, Connor, how do you feel about drone strikes? What's the extent of Congress's jurisdiction over foreign policy, only if it could be taken as an act of war? Well, what's interesting about the drone strikes, Vince O'Neill, is that we have an authorization for use of military force in reference to fighting jihadist organizations all over the world. So if you check out the 2001 AUMF after September 11th, it actually just says that the president can fight anyone who is planning a terrorist attack in the United States. And we can also attack anybody who's involved in the jihadist attempts to attack the United States. Yeah, but Keep Your Bilstein says there was a federal arrest warrant for Noriega. Well, if that's true, then how is this different than Operation Just Fury? Right? How is this different? It was also called Operation Blue Spoon. How is this different than Blue Spoon? Because I might be coming around to a neoconservative perspective where I'm just like, I don't know. All right. I'm getting thrown for a loop. Just bear in mind that my brain is scrambled eggs and Ryan Macbeth is scrambling them right now.
Not in the way people mean when they say it's about oil. When people say oil, they picture Venezuela's reserves and U.S. companies trying to get access. And sure, Trump has publicly commented that this is about energy stability.
We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world.
Too many people are focusing on that part of the speech and ignoring this part of the speech.
We want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability.
Removing Maduro from power has nothing to do with Venezuela and everything to do with China and Taiwan. The scary...
No. I was worried about this. I'm gonna let him keep talking. If he's going where I think he's going, it's gonna hurt my brain.
Our oil story is about U.S. oil infrastructure. Texas alone accounts for about 43% of U.S. crude oil production and about 31% of U.S. refining capacity. And a lot of that refining and export and chemical infrastructure sits right on the Gulf Coast. So here's a question. What happens in a future crisis when a hostile power can hold the Gulf Coast at risk with a long-range precision strike? I think this conflict is really about China. And I'm going to say the quiet part out loud here. I don't think Washington did this because it woke up one day and decided it really cares about democracy in Caracas. And I don't think it was just about drugs either, although the indictment is very explicit about drugs. I think this is a hemispheric security move, and the strategic pacing threat behind it is China. China's competition with the U.S. isn't only in the South China Sea. It's about positioning, basing, dual-use infrastructure, and access, including access in Latin America. Reuters reported that China's CELAC, or Community of Latin American and Caribbean States trade, hit $551 billion in 2024. And a major development here is that Venezuela accounted for the largest share, about 44% of China's total development finance in the region since 2005. This was before Chinese policy banks stopped lending to Venezuela.
Melody says this guy is compromised. Lol, dude, I need you to expand on that because I don't want to be sucked into a schizo theory. I don't want to get sucked into a schizo theory too easily. Okay, where I was going. Let me pull up my drawing. I spent an hour drawing it, so my drawing is useful now. Excuse me. By the way, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. But in reference to my drawing, the reason why I was saying taking out Maduro and gaining hemispheric stability and good neighbors and access to the oil, isolating Cuba, all that kind of stuff, the reason why that would be good for us could be a shot across the bow in reference to Taiwan. I'll try to summarize this as if somebody is like brand spanking new, okay? In China, they had an emperor. The emperor was deposed and I think it was actually an empress, the Empress Dowager something. I think she or her charge was deposed in like 1912. And so after that was the warlord period where actually like regional generals just broke off and controlled their immediate sphere of influence within mainland China. And in the South, there was an alliance between Chinese nationalists led by Chiang Kai-shek and communists led by Mao Zedong, although Mao Zedong wasn't the primary leader at the time. And they marched north and they reconquered China and they unified it. Well, towards the end of that campaign, the nationalists turned on the communists and they tried to purge them and wipe them out. And so Mao Zedong and his coterie of communist supervillains went on what's called the Long March or something like that. The Long Walk. I forget what it's called. But they walked from a Chinese nationalist encirclement into northern China. And then they got a Robin Hood reputation for being insurgent forces that were willing to scrap with nationalist forces, but they were also willing to scrap with in the Long March. Thank you. They were willing to scrap with invading Japanese troops. And so the nationalists, led by Chiang Kai-shek, got this horrible reputation where every time Japanese imperial infantry met with Chinese nationalist forces, they would retreat. And they would let Chinese civilians get like raped, murdered, tortured, slaughtered, mass graves, all that shit. And so the Long March, I hate you, Fast and Bulbous. Very funny, but I hate you. Whereas the communists got this like Robin Hood mentality. And so the Robin Hood communists did take it easier compared to the nationalists. But what they did, particularly as the United States started kicking Japan's ass and Japan kind of lost logistics networks in China, is the communists capitalized on that, absorbed nationalist forces that were lost in getting their asses kicked, and then became bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until they chased Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists out of the country, I think by like 1945 or 46. And so Chiang Kai-shek left for Taiwan, taking many of the cultural artifacts and historical artifacts to Taiwan. And so it's been a historical pain point for China for the past 80 years, effectively, that Taiwan, while historically considered a part of China, is actually a runaway government from their civil war a century ago. And they effectively said that we are not done with the project of the reunification of China until Taiwan is rightfully returned to control of the central government. And so it's been the position of the United States to not really have like fully recognize Taiwan as a sovereign independent nation, but instead to maintain our military capacity and commercial capacity to sail in the Strait of Taiwan, because there's technically international waters here. And China said that, no, you can't come in here because this is our territory. And we said, fuck you, we do what we want. And then also in reference to Taiwan, we sell them enough weapons like missiles, drone tech, ammunition, etc. That way, a Chinese military takeover of Taiwan is really, 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 really difficult. Like really difficult. And so that's the question is, when is China going to invade Taiwan? Is it going to be a diplomatic solution? Is it going to be a military solution? Is Taiwan going to remain, militarily competent enough to keep its independence? Will China ultimately just focus on internal development instead of reunification? Who knows? We don't know. And for Hong Kong's somewhere in here. I got no idea. It's like a peninsula on the southern strip. We could find it on Google Maps in a second. So I am amenable to also Taiwan is currently the biggest exporter of advanced microchips. Correct. But Israel is in a race to develop and produce and export the world's most advanced microchips, which is part of the reason why we don't talk too much shit about them doing what they're doing in Gaza. And then also the CHIPS Act done by President Biden, which was brilliant, by the way, is subsidizing advanced microchip manufacturing in the United States so that if Taiwan is invaded, we don't lose critical infrastructure that's necessary for American economic and military development. So I am amenable to the argument that kidnapping the president of Venezuela and showing our military flex that we have the ability to take out leaders within our own hemisphere, and we're not just going to tolerate Chinese sympathetic socialist regimes in our hemisphere that have shitloads of oil. I'm sympathetic to it being a shot across the bow towards China, but I'm receptive to criticism. There were like 2 or 3 people in chat who were like, oh, Ryan Macbeth has jumped the shark. He's getting crazy with it. This is schizo posting. This is conspiracy posting. I would be curious to your counter arguments. Because once again, you guys understand that like I am a sucker for compelling narratives. I'm a sucker for compelling narratives. And so I need you guys to like, if I'm getting sucked into a compelling narrative that isn't accurate, I kind of need you guys to, I need you to sober me with counterfactuals and counterpoints. Name of the show. Let's go.
Which I think was in 2016. So Venezuela matters in the big game, even when it's not in the headlines. Chinese missiles in Venezuela and why the Gulf Coast matters is kind of going to be the next subject here. Let me be very careful. I'm not saying that there are confirmed Chinese missiles units in Venezuela right now. What I am saying is if China ever got to basing bombers or missiles, ISR, intelligence surveillance reconnaissance, anything long range in Venezuela, that's close enough to be a real problem. Range rings, like from northern Venezuela to the Gulf Coast, we're talking about 3,300 kilometers from Houston to the Panama Canal area. It's around 1,100 kilometers or so. That means that any future adversary with intermediate range capability could potentially threaten the Gulf Coast with its refineries and export terminals, ship.
Christian Blair says something interesting. This is quite literally in the same realm of where everyone thought that Trump was going to invade Iran and militarily occupy them as well after the strikes against nuke facilities. Yeah, I could see that. I could see it being more geopolitically sober than that, but Trump himself is kind of a moron. So that's where, sorry, I'm just going to push back on this real quick. Trump saying like, oh yeah, we need to secure Venezuelan oil is part of the reason why they say that. Now, I'm going to let this play. I need to use the restroom real quick, unfortunately. But, you guys know me. I have that medical thing that happened a few months ago. So I'm worried about not, taking care of myself in that regard. I'll be back. But this is incredibly interesting to me. So I'll try to be as fast as I can. I'll be right back.
Shipping lanes in the Caribbean and traffic near the Panama Canal. And that's where oil shows up again. Because if you can choke Gulf Coast energy and shipping at the same time, you're not getting oil. You're turning off America's oil system. We've invaded people for less. Why did the U.S. invade Grenada in 1983 during Operation Urgent Fury? Yeah, I mean, it might have been to rescue some medical students, but really it was because Cuba was building an airfield on Grenada that could host Soviet bombers. Now, connect that scenario with everyone's plans around a Taiwan contingency. You don't want a Taiwan fight where at the same time you're also dealing with a Caribbean A2AD problem or anti-access area denial weapons. We need to be able to transit the Panama Canal safely. We need to be able to produce oil and gas and petroleum products on the Gulf Coast safely. So capturing Maduro wasn't actually phase one of the operation. It was actually phase two. Phase one had to deal with the Panama Canal and ports. Reuters reported that CK Hutchinson agreed to sell 90% of its stake in the Panama Ports Company. This is the company that runs the ports of Balboa on the Pacific and Cristobal on the Atlantic to a consortium that includes BlackRock Capital. Reuters also noted that these ports were not the canal itself. I mean, the canal is operated by Panama. But what we don't want is China or a Hong Kong-based Chinese holding company holding these ports. Now, as of mid to late 2025 reporting, the status of that deal is still not clean and final. In the event of a conflict with China over Taiwan, if China owns the ports on both sides of the canal, they can send a ship in there into the locks and scuttle it. And now U.S. forces have to go the long way around the Pacific through the Straits of Magellan. Now let's talk about Maduro.
Listen, I love this. I love this wargaming stuff. And I do think that particularly security-focused individuals need to be focused on stuff like this. And they should wargame it out as much as possible. But why? Why? Right? And the reason why I'm kind of skeptical of this, like, oh, well, China could, if they own both sides of the Panama Canal, they could scuttle a ship inside the canal. Why couldn't they do that anyways? Why they don't need to own both sides of the canal to do that. They could just actually just get a large commercial vessel, a Chinese flagged commercial vessel. Even during wartime, civilians are often given the capacity to do stuff like that. And a Chinese flagged vessel could just ram itself aground in the canal, or it could ram the canal, or it could, if they successfully snuck in explosives, they could scuttle themselves in the middle of the Panamanian Canal, and they've done it even without owning either side of the canal. Now, I'm all about countering like Chinese commercial interests in the Western Hemisphere, so we're not in a vulnerable position. That's fine. But this does feel like schizo wargaming, I guess. Yeah, keep your Bilsteins. That would make their investments in the Caribbean and the Atlantic worthless. Well, and that's what I'm saying. You could argue it both ways. Like you could argue, well, they're going to profit from it in the meantime, but during a military operation, they have us in a vulnerable position because of their commercial control of these locations. And I'm fine with that. But bringing up like war scenarios that are possible even without Chinese ownership, I'm a little skeptical of. Tiger says this is an X take to be sure, but there is an advantage to holding that infrastructure. Obviously. Okay, I'll try to stop being such a skeptical douche. But what happened was he said something interesting. I'm playing with it in my mind. Some people in chat are skeptical, and so I'm trying to be skeptical too. That's what's happening right now, in case you were confused.
Indictment, because it's not just Maduro bad. The indictment alleges, kind of in plain language, more than 25 years of state corruption tied to large-scale cocaine trafficking. Maduro allegedly used official roles as the head of state to facilitate trafficking, including providing Venezuelan diplomatic passports to drug traffickers and using diplomatic cover for aircraft tied to money laundering. And it alleges that there's partnerships with major armed and criminal groups, including FARC, that's in Colombia, ELN, Sinaloa, the Zetas, and Trendy Argala. Now, more importantly,
okay, is this true though? If it's true, then okay. If it's not true, then I hate the Trump administration.
It doesn't describe Maduro as a normal head of state. It describes him as the de facto and illegitimate leader who stayed in power despite disputed elections, and notes that many countries have refused to recognize him. So from Washington's perspective, that indictment is the paperwork that lets them say this wasn't an invasion, this was an arrest operation. The problem that the U.S. messaging kind of blurred into, we're going to run the country.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So,
which makes legal framing a little bit harder to defend. So what happens next? Is this a mistake of Rumsfeldian proportions? Will we see Iraq-style anarchy? I don't think so, and here's why. The Venezuelan security forces are primarily political patronage machines. A lot of militaries in the region are best understood as internal security forces or palace guard forces. Their primary job is regime survival, not ideological crusade. When regimes go away, the question becomes, well, who signs the paychecks, who controls the supply chain? Food is leverage, and Venezuela is dependent on a lot of food imports. This means whoever controls ports, hard currency, and shipping insurance, and also has a big stick, kind of runs the country. Third thing here is that this isn't Iraq with all of its competing factions and a minority who was in power and now out of power. And I mean, most of the war in Iraq was mostly a civil war with Sunni and Shia just kind of duking it out for control. And one of the dumbest things we did in Iraq was de-Baathification. You see, in Iraq, if you wanted to be successful in your career, you had to join the Ba'ath Party. This was Saddam Hussein's political party. And the U.S. rolled into Iraq and just fired everyone who was part of the Ba'ath Party. Thank you, Paul Bremer. And this...
Well, this makes me skeptical of Ryan McBeth now. Because if you read news articles related to Paul Bremer basically says, yeah, we acknowledge the fact that we fired. We acknowledge that we fired all these guys from the Ba'ath Party or whatever, but they were already gone. They weren't showing up to the civil administration. They weren't showing up to the jobs. They had taken all their weapons and gone home. So you're blaming me for publicly saying yeah, we're going to create a new, Shia inclusive government. And yet the thing that I'm being blamed for, which is de-Baathification, it was already de facto the status on the ground. It actually, I might have put my name on it, but realistically, it was already the fact on the ground was that the Ba'ath Party was thrown out of power. A majority of the people on the ground were Shia. We needed a new government that was inclusive of the Shia. The Ba'ath Party was hostile to that end, and therefore they didn't want to be a part of the new Iraqi project, so fuck them. So I basically rubber stamped the geopolitical situation on the ground. Now, that could be cope, but I would have to hear how Ryan McBeth is going to argue that that's not just cope. Was there pre-invasion engagement? My understanding is no. For Iraq or Venezuela, bro? Use proper nouns.
Leads to chaos because we fired all the technocrats who are only part of the Ba'ath Party because they just wanted a job. Now, yes, Venezuela does have militia forces. The easy way around that is just not fighting them. Hey, turn in your weapons, register your biometrics, you get temporary food aid, you get work placement, port security, infrastructure repair, public works, whatever. Is that guaranteed to work? No. Is it a plausible enough tool to just drain the swamp of small arms fast?
Do we even have boots on the ground in Venezuela right now? I feel like we would be talking about United States infantry forces engaging militias and Venezuelan military if we actually had boots on the ground.
Yeah, especially if basic calories are on the line. Turn in a gun, you go to the front of the line to get your ration card. The biggest spoiler here isn't the army, it's armed networks. If the indictment's picture is even partially true, the armed ecosystem includes collectivos, corrupt security units, transnational criminals like Tren de Aragua. And these groups don't transition nicely, right? They fragment, they reband, they go freelance, they become armed gangs. They could be a problem in the same way that Panama's dignity battalions were a problem. I think in that case, you just kind of let Venezuelan police handle that. They'll be a little bit rougher than we will, but at least we'll have deniability on that one. There are strategic winners and losers here. Let's start with the winners. Venezuelans. This leads to a real transition of sustained humanitarian stabilization. Venezuela gets a shot at normal life again, a democracy. That's really the only win that matters in the long term. I'm a big fan of democracy. U.S. energy and logistics systems are a winner, not because Venezuelan is oil, but because removing a hostile missile basing risk in the Caribbean reduces future strategic vulnerabilities near the Gulf Coast and key sea lanes. And since regional states are overwhelmed by migration, a stabilized Venezuela can reduce refugees and pressure over time in places like Colombia. So Colombia is a winner here. And as sad as it is to say, Russia is actually kind of a winner, but not in the way you think. Russia's invasion of Ukraine was kind of a thumb in the eye to the rules-based order of nations. And as Ksenia Terekova reported, Russia has already used Maduro's extradition to justify its own war rhetoric against Ukraine.
This isn't about Venezuela. It's about Russia's need to normalize its own actions by saying, everyone does this. The rules don't exist. Force is universal.
As in, like, see, we're not that different. But they are, right? The president of Ukraine was elected. The former president of Venezuela was voted out of power and just kind of refused to leave.
Dude, I'm mad confused by this. I'm not going to lie. Why are we pretending that this is actually done? Like the Trump administration, let me tell you why I'm frustrated and confused. A lot of people like Ryan McBeth. I have no reason not to like Ryan McBeth. Ryan McBeth, at least in my circles, has been somebody who's gone on shows, done decent geopolitical analysis. I don't know if he's talked to Dylan Burns as a fellow Marylander. He might have. But I know for a fact that he's been on Destiny's show. I know that he posts on TikTok all the time, or not TikTok, excuse me, Twitter. I know that he gets tons of engagement. So, and it seems like not too many people hate his geopolitical analysis. However, what's frustrating for me here is that the Trump administration oftentimes talks a big game and has no follow through. So as an example, like, oh yeah, the Iranian people, we want regime change. We want this, we want that. Well, we did limited strikes against nuclear facilities and then we backed off. And then Israel is trying to get us to get re-engaged in the Iranian situation. And we're kind of like tepidly like holding off because it was bad. It was a bad look for Trump in reference to his base. Now, I'm sure the same thing's going to happen here where the deposing of Maduro makes Trump look strong because he's taking aggressive action in the Caribbean. However, it also feels like a betrayal of the base because the base wants no new wars. Right. And so Trump's going to be dealing with backlash, not just from the neocons who want him to go through Congress in order to do this kind of stuff, but also from the base who doesn't want any new wars. And so why are we acting like we're in military control of Venezuela right now? Because just because Trump says that in a press conference doesn't mean it's true. Also, isn't President Maduro's vice president currently the power broker in Venezuela? Also, why does a special forces mission in order to abduct the president of Venezuela mean that Russians are necessarily or Chinese are necessarily going to remove their long-range ballistic missile weapons from Venezuela. Yeah, keep your Bilstein. It's the same regime still in place. So why am I confused? Did I miss a step when I went to the bathroom? Did Ryan Macbeth explain, like, hey, the regime is still in power, but they're going to be more amenable to the United States because we have this military leverage? What's going to be the thing? You know? Tagarun says she's massively changed her tune over the last 24 hours to increasing hostility or to increasing diplomatic overtures. Because I would basically need to see her say, oh yeah, actually Maduro being gone is great, and we need to we actually do need to normalize relations with the United States. We're going to become more mixed economy capitalist, and we're going to re-engage with the international status quo. So, okay, you guys need to use more words, okay? Taggering says she has massively changed her tune over the last 24 hours. No engagement with U.S. Yes, talking about normalizing with the U.S. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Does the United States have ground forces in Venezuela? I think the answer is no, but no, the United States does not currently have a permanent ground force presence in Venezuela. However, U.S. forces conducted a brief hours-long operation in early January 26. Okay. Venezuela Vice President news. Trump warns VP Delcy Rodriguez in magazine interview. That's 22 hours ago. Trump threatens Venezuelan leader with price bigger than Maduro. Delcy Rodriguez is sworn in as Venezuelan's interim president, who is Nicolas Maduro's vice president. Yeah, this still feels incredibly tenuous. Why is Ryan Macbeth doing a mission accomplished video right now? Phoenix says CIA special forces have been on the ground for months. Yeah, okay, and that doesn't change nations. You understand that 36 people with machine guns sitting in the jungles of your country doesn't change the way the government works, right? All right. Yeah, Jen Winkler says, guess we'll see, but you admit that this is not what Trump is touting. He's touting that our oil companies will go there and drill their oil. Yeah. Yeah, he's basically saying that the regime, the vice president as she currently exists, is just going to become a client state of the United States. That's what he's saying, but he's an idiot. So I don't trust him to make good analyses of what's actually going to happen.
So let's talk about losers. Maduro's inner circle, obviously, they might want to get on the next flight to Russia. Iran is a loser. Tehran was using Venezuela for influence and logistics. IRGC agents could go to Venezuela, grab a Venezuelan passport, travel all around the world. I believe Hezbollah was also in Venezuela doing training. I believe they were also combined with FARC doing that training. China's a loser, at least strategically. Losing a friendly regime in the Caribbean is bad for Beijing's influence map, especially if a new government kind of pivots hard toward Washington, which they will. And again, even the possibility of future basing options just kind of disappears as a strategic loss. Cuba's a loser. They were heavily dependent on Iranian oil, and now that's gone. One of the reasons Cuban cigars are so crappy is that they're just throwing anything out the door they can for hard currency. And now that oil source is gone. So stuff to watch for in the next 72 hours. Number one is who controls Caracas from day to day. Maduro captured is really not the same as government collapsed. Do Venezuelan units defect? Do they go inert? Do they just kind of disappear? Ports and airports is another thing to look at. Who controls customs, food imports, and fuel distribution?
Dude, why is he acting like the United States is in military control of Venezuela? What the fuck is happening, dude? What am I missing? I'm missing something. Or this guy's missing a lot.
Because there's a limited supply of food in Venezuela, and if no ship captains are willing to go to Venezuela to offload their cargo of food, you're going to see hunger really quick. Also look for a UN response and whether any government legitimacy framework kind of forms. And finally, look at oil export distribution, at least temporarily. There will probably be a disruption in oil supply lines, especially since nobody knows what's going on. Like, hey, who do we get our inspections from? Who do we pay our taxes to? Whatever. if you want a one-sentence thesis, this wasn't about arresting a narco state leader. This was about removing a future strategic threat from the Caribbean while the U.S. stares down China in the Pacific. And if you don't plan for Taiwan and the Caribbean as a combined problem, you're planning to lose. You want to know the good thing about all this? I've been embargoing Diplomatica rum because of Maduro. So, cheers to freedom, Venezuela.
What? Why? Why is everybody so arslerd? Oh, dude, I'm trying not to have a stroke right now. I don't even know where to start. Why? Okay, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm going to summarize this. I'm not even going to look at chat, because if I look at chat, I'm gonna get pissed. So I need to try to summarize this. Venezuela has a shitload of oil, and it was a socialist regime that was hostile to the United States and was friendly with Iran, China, and Russia and Yemen. Okay. And so what we did over on Friday is we took American special forces that could obviously base themselves in Puerto Rico or Panama or anywhere. We flew into Caracas, wherever this guy was. We kidnapped the president of Venezuela, and allegedly we flew him up to New York for extradition for drug trafficking. Okay. So we eliminated the president, but the government is still there. The vice president is still there. The security forces is still there. The governmental control of ports, food, oil, all of that kind of stuff is still there. We eliminated a figurehead, not the actual structures of power. And so if we have 20 to 30, because somebody's like, oh, we got special forces and CIA on the ground. Okay, so we have a few dozen Hispanic American warriors and intel people hanging out in Venezuela, looking to capitalize on the chaos that we probably just created. But that doesn't change anything in reference to what's going on, right? This is still the thing. And so Trump saying that we're in military control of Venezuela is not factually true. Why are we presuming that China and Russia are just going to stop sending weapons to Venezuela? Why are we presuming that Cuba is going to stop sending, military contractors into Venezuela? Why are we presuming that Venezuela is going to cease all international oil shipments that benefit Russia and Iran if we do not have the capacity to enforce what we want? Conservative liberalism says the structures of power will likely be more amenable to the people now. They weren't popularly elected. Yeah, maybe. But that's like moving. Yeah. Desolate Mirror says this is only true if he made an amazing deal with the vice president. Yes. Okay. Can we just have a liberal democracy in Venezuela? Maybe. Maybe if the Trump administration has any follow through, maybe if Marco Rubio has any follow through, where he basically tells the vice president, hey, you either hold free and fair elections that are overseen by the UN, or we're going to kidnap you the way that, or kidnap or kill you the way that we kidnapped/killed Maduro. But that's going to involve a appetite for destruction and death that I don't think the American people have. Horse God says we have a naval blockade that's still chasing away Russian and Chinese ships. Okay, that's an okay point. Do we have the political and military will to enforce this blockade in perpetuity during the Trump administration? Does the next administration, that's potentially a Democratic administration, are they going to have the same kind of willpower in reference to Venezuela? Ryan was prescribing descriptions, not prescriptions. But his descriptions are wrong. I'm befuddled. I'm befuddled by this geopolitical analysis. I am fuddled right now. Okay, dude, I went from getting sold on the fact, this is how this segment has totally twisted me around. I am sold on the fact that the United States doing a highly advanced, high technology, complex, no casualty military operation to depose a leader in Venezuela is a shot across the bow to China saying, hey, you might think we're a paper tiger and we don't have the capacity to do anything, but we're actually still the United States of America. We can kick ass and take names, and we can slaughter your allies anywhere, anytime. You're lucky we don't actively choose to do so. And therefore, don't fuck with Taiwan because Taiwan's our boys. I could see that as like a geopolitical shot across the bow. I could see that. Okay. But unless there is State Department follow through with Venezuela pressuring the current administration of Venezuela to actually cease its operations, its commercial and military alliances with Iran, Russia, China, and Yemen, and Lebanon, I suppose, I don't know what changed. Okay. All right. It doesn't seem like you guys are even any more less fuddled than I am. What a weird video. Some people saying that they believe Ryan Macbeth is compromised by his contributions to Newsmax. I don't even know if that's true. Once again, Ryan Macbeth is typically known in alternative media as like a sane, rational, geopolitical, historically minded, military hooked up analyst. And I got to say, this analysis is dog shit. There's holes all over the place. All right, let me engage with chat for a minute before we move into the next section, because that was I am more fuddled. I am more fuddled than before. I am more confused. Okay. I need a list of things that Ryan got wrong. Well, I would say that the belief that this is about countering Chinese ballistic missiles easily being able to hit the Gulf Coast of the United States needs to be substantiated. I would say that China owning either side of the Panamanian Canal is, of course, a geopolitical concern, but that's not what he said. He said because the Chinese own either side of the canal, they could let in a commercial vessel and then scuttle it in the middle of the Panamanian Canal, and therefore that would screw over the United States Blue Water Navy while in military operations against China, which is an interesting theory, but I have no idea how it benefits anybody. He also just pretended for the past 10 minutes that the United States was in military and commercial control of Venezuela, which I don't think is true. That it did not feel good. Yeah, Fast and Bulbous says mission accomplished. Exactly. Horatio Mantu says Stephen Miller is slightly involved. He wants to use Venezuela as a place to deport illegal Venezuelans. Okay, based. Conservative liberalism says because this is business, not thoughtful commentary. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. William Spaniel is much better. Same with Perun. Well, is he better because he actually has sober, insane takes, and that's why he's not as famous? Tagarung says William Spaniel is much better. Oh, that's one I just read. Melody says Destiny has been looking at this dude sideways for a bit now too, lol. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Grassroots says I'm R-slurred because it's a force of habit. I mean, all of us, buddy, but I try to think I try to think through my early onset dementia. Severin says base reaction, Connor. It's not my only thing. Christian Blair says his only prescription was providing another justification to the capture of Maduro. That limits China's ability to potentially operate there. That's it. But Christian Blair, is that true? Okay. Because you eliminated dude, it's this. Let's make it America real quick. Okay. China, the Bakersfield guy or wherever that was, the place in Pennsylvania. The guy in Pennsylvania, Butler, Pennsylvania, succeeds in assassinating Donald Trump. The MAGA movement is still there. Vice President J.D. Vance succeeds him almost immediately and uses Donald Trump's death as an opportunity to progress the MAGA agenda. Because there's a whiplash effect, there's probably even more support for Donald Trump than previous. in all of the institutions of the United States, like the military industrial complex, the large commercial enterprise, the tech sector, the oil sector, all of those are still doing what they're doing with or without Trump, right? So how does, because you're saying this, that eliminating Maduro limits China's ability to operate there, that's at how? The only way that that's true is if the vice president, who has been appointed interim president to Venezuela, has diplomatic back channels to the United States where she's saying, oh, yeah, I'm going to become a United States puppet, which to me, I've seen the opposite in the news. I've seen the vice president of Venezuela saying like, hey, you need to release Maduro right now. This was an illegal military operation. We stand strong in our resolve to resist imperialism. This is America being a bully in its own backyard. Like I basically saw, bear in mind, it's just like cursory news stories that I half looked at. But what I was seeing was the vice president of Venezuela effectively telling the United States to go fuck itself. So are we allowed to share links in chat? I don't know if they work. I don't think they work. Desolate Mirror says the same cartels, the same collectives, the same paramilitary neighborhood defense groups. That's what I'm saying. Grassroots says we kidnapped the president of the United States. No wonder he's such an asshole. I wish. Conservatism says the structures of power will likely be more amenable to the people now. No, they weren't popularly elected. You could say that, but you need to show me evidence of that. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence of everybody in Venezuela being like, oh, yeah, now that Maduro's gone, actually, Maduro was the only guy that was hanging us back. We're actually looking forward to becoming a more free and open United States friendly country. Where are you seeing evidence of that? Because I haven't seen that at all. Tigering says we're not in military control of Venezuela. Ha. They are under embargo and we are negotiating with the existing power structure to make them favorable to us. You could say that. That feels descriptively true. Randy Chang says, gosh darn it, reminder, live chat is better than top chat. I need to get my live chat going. The only thing that you guys have said that makes me move a little bit is somebody saying that we have military control through a blockade and the naval blockade are turning away Russian and Chinese ships. That's the only thing that I'm seeing that has moved me an inch on my take so far. Horatio says, who says we're not enforcing or going to enforce how oil is used and distributed? Why would this administration say everything they are going to do? That feels like you're being way too charitable to Trump. Trump's a dumbass. He's a dog chasing cars. I think he's going to forget that Venezuela exists in a week. You guys are way, way more charitable to the current administration than I am. Taggering says the people there are much more likely to elect a pro-West leader if given free elections. How are you going to enforce free and fair elections? Yeah, I'll watch Will Spaniel. The two people that people recommended, DM me on Discord and tell me who these people are because I need that was crazy pants to me. Bronze and Blaze says this was multiple birds with one stone. The Shadow Fleet no longer has an important supplier. This makes it easier to trace the fleet and thus hold Iran, Russia accountable. I need to see some follow through, guys. You guys are saying that we have the concepts of a plan in order to reorient the geopolitical the geopolitical stage on which we operate, and I don't see it. At least I don't see evidence of it yet. Desolate says there are no plans. The democratic will isn't there in the U.S. to empower the leaders to put in place long-term plans. We don't have a plan for Gaza. It's still just ongoing. We don't have a plan for Ukraine. Right. Wow. Nightgale Wing says, please stop with Newsmax. The guy worked for Accenture before going to the YouTube thing. It pays less than Accenture. Ryan didn't come out and spout their own opinions about Trump being an arsler. He views Trump as an arsler, and therefore he's compromised. I don't know how this changes my calculus. AK Batusai says the long-term plan is securing strategic reserves. Okay, how? How? Are we keeping up with the naval blockade? Are we engaging in diplomatic back channels with the vice president of the United States? Are we going to force her to do free and fair elections? That way they actually have free and fair elections. I have no idea what you guys think. Ghostly says Ryan Macbeth just tries to steelman stuff slightly more often than he needs to, probably to seem impartial, but that's just my opinion. Well, I appreciate it. Real serious. Remember when Macbeth said he was almost sure Israel found a way to magically supercharge pager batteries instead of finding a way to smuggle explosives into them like the Hezbollah attacks? I remember. Okay. Okay. Well, I feel like I got my dick kicked in sufficiently for here. I just got here. Connor supports imperialism. I fucking love imperialism, bro. I just want it to be done right. Fellrunner says, Connor, your prediction on how long is the presence remains in Venezuela as a result of this bullshit? I have no idea, dude. I have no idea. Fellrunner, here's my genuine prediction, because you're asking what I think is a sincere question that actually answers the question for me and for chat. If the deep state is running in the background of the Trump administration, and this is an intelligent, calculated, long-term strategic move backed by the DOD and the State Department, including Marco Rubio, where Marco Rubio is viewing diplomatic and military operations in Central and South America as a key to his attempt to succeed Trump and or Vance in the next 5 to 10 years, then I could see this actually being serious and us actually changing the balance of power in the Western Hemisphere. If this is Donald Trump getting a hair up his ass, the military industrial complex saying, hey, we could do this kick-ass special forces mission. Let's go ahead and kidnap Maduro. It'll make you look cool, and everybody will stop talking about Jeffrey Epstein for a couple of weeks. Then we're not going to do dick. And effectively, I would expect the Navy to be pulling back from Venezuela right now. So, yeah. Like it totally depends on whether or not this is a deep state or a Trump move. Just like Israel, we have full control of the Middle East. This is silly. Real serious is, what have y'all been discussing? We're trying to figure out what the fuck is happening in South and Central America, because I have people saying like, oh yeah, we totally shifted the balance of power in South and Central America. Check out this sweet Ryan Macbeth video. And I left the Ryan Macbeth video more confused than I arrived. Valor Media Network, this is from Sacred Snow, says Joey Manorino put out a tweet praising Hexus for the operation. A big bragging point was no intel leaks. Imagine being proud that OPSEC isn't normal. And there were leaks. Like the New York Times and the New York Post knew that they were going to do the Special Forces operation like hours before it was actually launched. They just held off on the story. I don't think a bill for military action in Venezuela or Cuba would pass, Ved Sunil. The oil industry in Venezuela is wrecked. It would take a decade to rebuild their industry to turn a profit, Thomas Martinson says. That's kind of what I'm saying. Your hope is literally Rubio is masterminding it. I mean, our hope. He's the only one capable of doing it, Politics JK says. It doesn't sound like you guys have very much more faith than I do. Okay. Christian Blair says, I never said that shit. Okay. Sorry if I strawmanned your perspective. Bear in mind, I have like 100 people telling me different things. So if I mixed up people, my apologies. Real serious for 500 ARS. In terms of regime change, Venezuela is the closest to a layup. Westernized Christian society, pro-free trade. Lots have experience working with the U.S. already. Viable candidates that won previous elections. If Trump F's this up, he's an actual R-slur. I'm counting on him being an R-slur, ARS. Or excuse me, real serious. I'm counting him on him being an R-slur. Anyways, I'm split. If you guys are still feeling like talking about Venezuela, the future of Venezuela, geopolitical analysis, doing some mind maps or whatever, I'm down. Like if you guys want that, we can do that. However, the drama slop is how we pay the bills. So, you know, I know Grassroots, Christian Vlaris, we got a bunch of Oilers in chat, whatever. So maybe they want to keep going with like hard geopolitical analysis or whatever. And we can do that. But I mean, honestly, at this point, we've been live for 2 hours. It's typically at this point in the stream that I just pull up, you know, Destiny talking shit about Asmongold, which I found a video on YouTube that popped up that was relatively new, or I could pull up Adam Mockler debating a bunch of MAGA college educated bros on Jubilee, and I could do mind maps during that, or I could find a drama video. I don't really care. Just being real. I could keep talking about Venezuela for the next 3 hours, or we could move into a drama segment as a palate cleanser. I don't care. Quick shout out to the people who have donated, though. Thank you to, I got a long ear here that I want to yank out, but it's not coming out. Unork, $5. Thank you. Fellrunner for 5. Anonymous Chatter for 10. Thank you. Fellrunner for 5 again. Sacred Snow for 5. And Real Serious for 100 ARS. Real Serious for 500 ARS. Thank you to everybody who's chipped in so far. I appreciate you. Sacred Snow says, you missed my super chat. Let me read it. I know this is off topic, and I'm anxious to get to the Macbeth react, but did you see Waiting in Line for Bonnie Blue video suggestion on Discord? Dude, I've already watched that. Not on stream, but I've watched it for sure, which is the... It's those like comedy bros who do like YouTube and TikTok shorts where they joke about being like number 999 at the Bonnie Blue gangbang. Yeah, I remember that one. I'm going to move on to Severin. The current election apparatus in Venezuela rigs elections. Taking out the leader does not change that. I'm with you, Bud123. Yes, stay on Venezuela and discuss if it's legal. Well, aka Batusai, that's where I got shifted. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at that real quick. Let's take a look at the legality of the Panamanian and Grenada actions. So did Reagan have congressional approval to invade Grenada? I know my computer is listening to me. Did not have explicit advance congressional approval to invade Grenada. He acted under his authority as commander-in-chief, citing the need to protect American medical students and responding to requests from Caribbean nations. But he did notify Congress shortly after the invasion began, fulfilling the War Powers Resolution notification requirement, and Congress later voted overwhelmingly to apply the resolution, essentially demanding troop withdrawal within 60 to 90 days unless further authorization was given. Okay. So he asked for forgiveness instead of permission. So let's say, was there congressional approval to invade Panama? No, Congress did not formally vote to authorize the 1989 invasion of Panama, Operation Just Cause, but President George H.W. Bush notified congressional leaders just hours before it began and justified it under his constitutional authority as commander-in-chief, citing threats to American lives, democracy, and the Panama Canal. While there wasn't explicit authorization, the swift, successful operation and broad public support, coupled with Noriega's actions, limited strong congressional opposition, though some lawmakers later questioned the process. So that's what I'm saying is, if I'm going to shit talk Donald Trump for doing this military action without congressional authorization, then I need to shit talk President Bush, which I would not have considered like a rogue renegade presidential operative, but President Bush did the same shit. HW, so Bush Sr. did the same shit. And then same thing with Obama. What did Congress approve operations in Syria? No, Congress has not passed a specific formal authorization for use of military force for operations in Syria. Instead, presidents have used existing authorities like the 2001-2002 AUMF against al-Qaeda Iraq on their own commander-in-chief powers and notified Congress under the War Powers Resolution, leading to ongoing debate over the legality and scope of U.S. military involvement. And so this is where we need to realize that we're being hoisted by our own petard. If Reagan was able to invade Grenada without congressional authorization, if HW, so Bush Sr., was able to invade Panama without congressional authorization, if Obama was able to shift the focus in Syria from fighting jihadist militants to trying to depose the regime in Syria, how was he able to do that under the 2001-2002 AUMF, unless you're saying that Bashir al-Assad was responsible in some way for jihadist operations? The closest thing that I can think of is that Bashir al-Assad encouraged jihadist militants to attack U.S. forces in Iraq. That's the only thing that I can think of. And then same thing with, so we were trying to post, like, what congressional authority did we have to interact in Libya? Did Congress authorize operations in Libya? No, Congress did not formally authorize the initial U.S. military operations in Libya in 2011. President Obama launched the intervention under NATO's mandate without specific congressional approval, sparking debate over presidential war powers, though Congress later rejected a resolution to authorize it, but also refused to cut funding, leaving the situation legally ambiguous. So do you remember this? Because what happened in Libya is we took sides in a civil war. Like Muammar Gaddafi was a piece of shit. I have no qualms about saying that I am happy that Muammar Gaddafi is dead. Muammar Gaddafi was the dictator piece of shit in Libya, who also authorized the Lockerbie bombing, in which he supported a jihadist organization blowing up a civilian airliner over Scotland, and it killed like 200 people. So I have no problems with that guy leaving this mortal coil through a armed revolution in his own country and then getting stabbed in the ass by his own constituents. That's perfectly fine for me from a moral lens. But Obama didn't have any congressional authorization in order to take sides during a civil war. And he took sides in 2 civil wars using American military shit. So I want to freak out. I want to freak out on Trump. I want to be like, this is insane. How are you possibly doing all of these acts of war against Venezuela without congressional authorization? But the more I look back into recent American history, as far back as Reagan, we have presidents just doing whatever the fuck they want with the military. Hold on. Did Congress authorize Somalia? Because we had the Black Hawk Down. Yes, Congress authorized U.S. armed forces in Somalia through Senate Joint Resolution, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's cool. Did Congress authorize Vietnam? I think they did. It was the Tonkin resolution, but I just want to double check. Yes, Congress authorized the Vietnam War through the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, which you could argue was a false flag. But still, at least we had a freaking resolution, bro. Okay, I'm trying not to freak out, but I feel like I could actually fight Pisco on this stuff now about legality, because I think it gets weaker. The criticisms of Donald Trump get a lot weaker when you're like, what did the past 5 presidents do militarily? And then you're like, oh, they did a bunch of crazy shit without congressional authorization. It gets harder. Like, I want to freak out. Trust me, I want to freak out, but it's harder for me to freak out. Ranger Nation dubs for $5. Thank you, King. My biggest problem with Trump is even when he does something I agree with, like regime change, he's such an arsehole, he can't be trusted to do it at all. That's where I'm at. That, like, a regime change in Venezuela, an American normalization of relations with Venezuela, getting access to 300 giga barrels of oil, and then cutting off the oil supply for our geopolitical rivals is just W's across the board. But the fact that we're doing this in the most R-slurred way possible makes me hate Trump. Andre Sondelescu says, I just finished watching that Islam debate. The opposition was so incredibly R-slurred and pointless. Decently fun, though. Thank you. Mad Money Max says, Bush went into Grenada, not Reagan. There you go. Panama. Yep. A ghostly apparition says, you're just very in tune with your PC's machine spirit. That's true. Real Serious says, the justification for just cause was one dude that was killed. The Venezuela situation was even worse. Yeah. Bud123 says, Connor, additionally, how is it okay for the U.S. to selectively follow or break international law to coup or do regime change in countries? I have no idea. I think we just did it, and I wasn't paying attention, and I was just like, based. Like, I was just like, oh, Muammar Gaddafi is an asshole? Yeah, fuck him. Kill him. Who cares? And I didn't realize that Obama was just using the 2001 AUMF to do whatever the fuck he wanted to do in the Middle East and North Africa. And I do remember Rand Paul bitching about it the whole time. And I actually think that I owe Rand Paul an apology. Somebody brought it up. Kosovo. That's the one that I wanted to see. Did Congress authorize military operations in Kosovo? No, Congress did not formally authorize the military operations in Kosovo, though it debated and funded them, leading to constitutional questions, with the Clinton administration arguing that it had authority as commander-in-chief and Congress sending mixed signals. Dude, one of the greatest military achievements of the past 20 or 30 years, which was effectively slowing down or stopping the genocide in the former Yugoslavia, was not authorized by Congress. So we basically have Congress completely abdicating in its responsibility for at least the past 45 years. Conservative liberalism says, so you have to bow to overreach because you didn't bat an eyelash before. No. The argument actually should be that Congress needs to give their balls a tug and they actually need to start doing their fucking job. That's the actual take. Christian Blair says every action in the Middle East is basically covered by the AUMF. Yeah, but the AUMF talks about jihadism. When was regime change mentioned in the AUMF? I think your debate with Manure and Grace did damage to you. Did it? I mean, I would not be surprised. Taggering says, yeah, it's bad that we keep doing this without congressional approval. Horatio Mantu says, you've been assaulted by the modern day version of the Aberdeen family when dealing with Grace and her father by proxy. Interesting. Oblivion Doctor says, ironically, Assad Syria was a major narco state in the end of the reign. Kuwait was one of the most binary, morally righteous wars America has ever been involved in. Did we even get Congress for that? We had to have. For Desert Storm and Desert Shield, we had to have. That was such a huge military buildup. Was there congressional approval for First Persian Gulf War? There had to have been. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank God. We did get one. We got like 3 out of the past 20 military operations that the United States has participated in. We approved 3 of them through Congress. Sloth Possum says, what about the Korean War? Oh, shit. Oh, no. My entire worldview is being destroyed. Did the United States did Congress? Oh, no. I'm losing my grip on reality. Did Congress authorize operations in Korea? No, Congress never formally declared war or passed an AUMF for the Korean War. I'm going to kill myself. Wow. And I think Korea was one of the most just conflicts in history. I think what we did to North Korea was criminal, but defending South Korea is one of the most clear. Am I going to become Chomsky? Am I becoming Noam Chomsky in real time? Am I realizing that America is just like a giant warmongering machine that hasn't gotten congressional approval in a century? Yeah, Mad Money Max, I think, with the most sane take so far. Connor, it boils down to this. Trump probably broke the War Powers Act, but the enforcement mechanism is impeachment, and prior leaders have escalated this so much that Congress is going to let it slide. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no. Mad Money says, key difference between Middle East operations and Venezuela is the AUMF. Venezuela has no AUMF. Mad Money Max, we're looking at the past century of American military conflicts, and like 3/4 of them don't have AUMFs. The president just did shit. You know when they talk about like JFK's head exploding and they're like, what did they say? They said, oh, yeah. It wasn't a bullet. JFK's head just did that. Okay. Well, the equivalent of what's happening right now to my brain, you guys are slowly watching my brain be assaulted by information that I had not previously considered to any deep degree. What I am being assaulted with right now is the fact that over the past century, 3/4 of American military operations have not been authorized by Congress. The executive branch just did that. And then Congress was just like, I'll allow it. Matter of fact, I'll pull up this clip so you can understand exactly how Congress has dealt with its responsibility in reference to war powers for the past century. This is it.
Arrived at the ABC studios in
Nope, that's not what I want. I'll allow it, community. This is Congress for the past century in reference to American military stuff.
Forehead's taking a test.
Where'd you get going, Chuck Norris?
Did you just shoe me?
Why don't you just kiss him already?
Dude, I will shoe your nose down your throat.
Senior Chang, can you do something about this?
I'll allow it.
That's Congress, bro. That's Congress right now. Okay. All right. Excuse me. Billy Koo says, with Maduro in custody, the truth about Smartmatic voting machines will come out. I'm going to kill myself. When somebody shits at the table, Connor says, do we shit too, or do we say stop shitting at the table? Buck has to stop somewhere. I'm with you there. That's the correct thing to do. Is it what we're going to do? Severin says, Connor, what was the nature of the Libya involvement? We provided air cover for rebels against Muammar Gaddafi. Real Serious for 100 ARS says, when you're a global power, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab him by the dictator. You can do anything. What's the Alex Jones quote? The Alex Jones quote is, God, what is it? It's like, the government doesn't want you to know this, but ducks are free at the local park. You can just take them. I have 458 ducks at home. That's like America right now. It's like, the government doesn't want you to know this, but you can just go to war without congressional authorization. I have 36 wars at home. It's like, that's what. Oh my God. Tigering says gigabarrels is what Grassroots Hegemon donates every other stream. True. All right. Politics JK says Pisco will eat it and say that was illegal too. True. So he's rhetorically consistent, but are we as a country, are we just like a renegade militaristic state? Was the Bay of Pigs approved by Congress? No, the Bay of Pigs was not officially approved by Congress. Dude, just left, right, and center. Yeah. Randy Chang says, imagine being a world leader of a small country in 2026 and thinking maybe we should buy more Trump coin. That was Maduro's biggest flaw. He did not buy sufficient Trump coin. Old School for $5 says, Congress did not authorize Cortaire's Operation Eagle Claw. No overturning of Iranian government, but still. Oh my God. All right. I am hurting psychically. Ranger Nation for 20 says, I think for me, it's not about Congress, but the intent. It wasn't a people's revolution like Syria, but to extract wealth like Trump said in his speech. This is going to hurt political relations with everyone, and it will hurt. All right. Okay. Guys, I'm going to make an executive decision. Okay. We've done 2 hours and 30 minutes of Venezuela. I am going to continue to do Venezuela throughout the remainder of the stream. However, I'm going to move into some drama content as a palate cleanser of Asmongold versus Destiny. Number one, because watching Destiny is easy metrics. Number two, because if I keep thinking about the fact that I want to be angry at Donald Trump for doing a grievous war action without authorization from Congress, but then I'm looking at almost all American military operations from the past 100 years, and 70% of them do not have congressional authorization. If I keep thinking about that, I might actually have a stroke on stream. So I think I need to. I think I need a drama palate cleanser. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do an intro. I'm going to play this stuff. I'm going to keep engaging with you guys. We'll keep engaging about Venezuela. I'll keep pulling up drawings. I'll make mind maps. I'll do whatever. But I'm actually having my brain, Ryan Macbeth, and the history of American congressional authorizations for armed conflict over the past century and a half is actually throwing me for a loop. It's actually like rewiring my brain right now. Ranger Nation says, last time we declared war was World War II. Connor finding out the leftists might have had a point. Well, Ranger Nation, that's not my full point, though, because there is a difference between declaring war and authorizing military operations. Okay, so excuse me. I ate some trail mix, so I have like little chunks of peanut still stuck in my mouth. Gross. So hold on. An AUMF is an authorization for use of military force. So as an example, in the war on terror, We did not, the nation, the definition of nation is people. Okay. And during World War II, we went to war with the nation and state of Germany and the nation and state of Japan. Okay. So we declared war on both of those nation states, and we bombed the shit out of both the Germans and the Japanese people because we were at war with them. However, there's a lower degree of conflict that I think we've actually evolved to in the past century, where we have separated the people from the state, and therefore we are no longer declaring war on both the people and the state. We're declaring war on the state and then deposing the state and then not going to war with the people. Examples would be like Iraq. We were not at war with all Iraqis. We were at war with the insurgents who were attacking American military forces and with the government of Saddam Hussein. And so therefore, I think it's contextually different, and an AUMF could be appropriate. My problem, though, is that we keep doing actions that look a lot like war, and yet we're not doing dick in reference to actually balancing the power within the Republic of the United States between Congress and the presidency. Oh my God. Fuck the gnome and the cockroach. Jeez, Christian Blaris. Don't say good things about Chomsky. Okay, let me introduce a drama segment and get it going. Let me see if Destiny has any good Venezuela coverage. I know, like, where he's debating, not where he's just covering it, because I don't want to watch him just cover it, because he'll probably either take like a strict anti.
The trans athlete is going to do a lot to like foster a lot of really bad.
Oh no. Is he going to have like the this is illegal AUMF take, and then I'm going to have to fight him and Pisco? I might watch this on my own time. I kind of want to do Cockroach versus I want to do Cockroach versus Destiny.
The trans athlete.
I think that's funnier. But I'm going to have to watch this and see if I think he's dead wrong. Because I don't even like the argumentation. I don't even like my own argumentation. I don't even like where the facts are leading me. Do you understand that? I do not like thinking that Donald Trump is more justified than I gave him previous credit for in reference to the Venezuelan action. But I am arriving at that conclusion because the facts are fucking with my brain. Tigering says, to be honest, I'm shocked you're finding this out for the first time. I don't know if I'm finding this out for the first time. I obviously knew that like AUMFs and declarations of war were different and that we had taken like emergency military actions, but I did not realize how many unilateral military operations the United States had engaged in without Congress, and how Congress had just cucked out. If you don't want to do Asmongold, that's fine. We could find something else. But you guys have to give me something, though. Has this softened you at all in deporting Hassan? No. He could also say we have too many nonviolent drug prisoners and become Dave Smith. Oh, I'm going to kill myself. And all those lack of authorizations is why these countries want nukes. True. Yes, where are the baddies now? We are the baddies now. I don't know about that. Latest Spaniel video? Maybe. Okay. It seems like Oilers and community members are actually not interested in the drama. They say that, but I expect my viewership to drop off as soon as I start doing something serious. Paul JK says, the left has been saying this for years. The argument is a big part of what kept me slightly left of you. Uh-oh. 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 All right. Oh, no. Oh, no. Nebraska Steve Destiny versus High Energy Manor in a debate. Who wins? I still think Destiny, but Manor was hilarious. Q Catrambone says Mockler, please, but you're the only person saying that. All right. Christian Blaris wants Geopol. Christian Blaris is an Oiler. We'll do William Spaniel. Maybe William Spaniel won't make me want to kill myself. Oh, I am going to fucking kill myself.
It was a 3.
Am I going to be a bigger fan of William Spaniel? Ooh, no, I have a treat for you. I have a treat for you. When we're done with this, I have a new political video essayist that talked to food shops, probably because they didn't know who food shops was, but they actually create really good political content. And I want to go check them out. So I actually have good content when this is done. So let me do another intro, and then we'll keep going with Geopol for now. And then I actually do have good content that I saved on my watch later. I just forgot that I had it until a second ago. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, although that is becoming increasingly difficult by the day because of how insane everything is right now. We're going to be taking a look at William Spaniel, another geopolitical analyst who is taking a look at the conflict in Venezuela. My brain is reeling from the amount of information that I've absorbed in the past 45 minutes that has changed the way that I'm thinking about American military conflicts. That being said, I do need to go grab my laptop while I'm doing this. So I'm going to I have to watch the intro, don't I? Never mind. I'll be here. I'll get my laptop in a second. I'll text the wife. That's what I'll do.
Our fracas in Caracas, and given the shock and awe of the operation, it is easy to keep a laser focus on Venezuela. But we are a world at war, and we now need to think more.
Yay! I like this guy already. Look at his schizophrenic mind map. He's just like me for real, for real.
More about how Maduro's arrest affects the broader web of alliances and antagonists, because it is a super captivating topic. So today, I'm going to do this in 3 phases. First, I will speak about
I'm going to see if I can get the wife to grab me the laptop.
The global oil trade, because the consequences there are a bit more straightforward. Second, near-term regime change elsewhere will be our focus. After all, I write this on the 3rd day of 2026, meaning that the United States is currently on pace to remove roughly 60% of world leaders by the end of the year. Finally, we will look at the broader Second Cold War picture and what the military fallout of Maduro's capture is for the World War III picture. Bear in mind that we are in a fast-developing situation, so even minor changes in Venezuela could drastically alter what I am discussing here. I'm also going to spare you most of the concerns about how the United States may eventually find itself with deeper problems in Venezuela. I covered that yesterday and do not want to rehash those points. Instead, I will only highlight
I'm going to bump him to 1.25 because he has AI voice.
Specific concerns when they arise. But let's start with the oil situation. Even within this category, we can subdivide things into a clear consequence and a fate that remains to be seen. No matter what becomes of the Venezuelan government, it is safe to say that Shadow Fleet tankers will not be visiting Venezuelan ports anytime soon. Yes, the Shadow Fleet extends beyond Russia. It is a global service that supports any country under Western sanctions. Regarding Venezuela now, either a US-friendly government enters office, at which point the Shadow Fleet will not be coming back, period, or Maduro-era remnants try to hold on to power, and the US Navy, plus the domestic instability inside of Venezuela, deters the Shadow Fleet from trying to fill their fuel tanks.
I'm okay with this. This is explaining the questions that I had. So actually, thank you, Christian Valeris, for reinforcing that we should be doing this. And then thank you to, I forget who said it, but my anxiety over the other video, okay, we watched Ryan Macbeth earlier. My anxiety over that video was he was acting like all of this stuff was automatic and it was just going to happen, right? Whereas I think what this guy is doing is he's explaining the mechanics of the fact that if it's a hostile government to the United States, the blockade's going to continue. That makes a certain amount of intuitive sense. I don't know if Donald Trump actually has the discipline to do that, but maybe he does. Maybe Rubio does. Maybe the military-industrial complex does. So that makes sense. And then also, if we get a more friendly government, or if the regime changes to be more American-friendly, then maybe they just start selling their oil to us, and we cut it with Saudi stuff. So yeah, I'm seeing the picture now that he's explaining the mechanics more straightforward. Whereas I feel like in the Ryan Macbeth video, it was just presumed that we were doing these things. Maybe I have autism. I have no idea. But this guy's autism is helping my autism.
No matter which way Venezuela falls here, that means there will soon be a surplus of Shadow Fleet tankers looking for work, lest there be more of these capture operations. And you know who could use more Shadow Fleet tankers? Yep, Vladimir Putin. That is especially true when Russia's refineries are in terrible shape, and Russia appears to be needing to export more crude in the absence of being able to refine the stuff for itself. In turn, that puts the onus on Ukraine to do one of two things. The first option is to begin heavily targeting oil terminals to prevent the tankers from loading, which is something that Ukraine has already started to do. The second option is to heavily target the tankers themselves, which, again, is something that Ukraine has already started to do. There is an important point here about the bigger strategic picture that has gotten lost in the shuffle. The New York Times had an article last week with insider accounts of the bizarre year of diplomacy that we all just lived through. Well, one new revelation from it is that the United States has been sharing intelligence with Ukraine to target the tankers. We previously knew that the United States was helping with the land-based campaign, but the CIA has gone further and extended the help to the seas. Well, now the CIA is going to have a bunch of vessels to keep track of, as they are departing Venezuela and heading elsewhere. Short run, this will also mean that less oil will be on the international market, and specifically the gray market. Venezuela typically contributes 800 to 900,000 barrels of it daily. However, the gray market prices follow the market as a whole, and vice versa, just with the gray oil being sold at a discount. That is a complicated way of saying that oil prices are about to go up, though some of this is already baked into the prices because of the US naval presence. But whatever the price increase is, it is good news for Putin, assuming that Ukraine cannot counteract the benefit by attacking the infrastructure. A couple of caveats there. One, when I say good for Putin, I'm only referring to that strict part of the oil economics. The broader economic overview is less rosy for Russia, because Venezuela previously had needed to import various resources from Russia to make its oil industry functional. This was one of the few sources of foreign currency that Russia still had, and it is now gone. Moreover, whether Maduro's fall is good for Russia at the overall strategic level is a separate question that we will get to later. 2. The extent to which this will benefit Putin is questionable. We already went through this once with a crisis involving Iran, and the oil market seemed not to care at the time. It is a brave new fracking world that we live in. I, for one, will be keeping a close eye on the oil markets for the next few days. Also, although I have been framing this in the context of Russia, because that is the conflict that has the most public interest, Iran gets the same sort of benefit here because it also exports on the gray market. China, in contrast, does not like any of this because it wants to import oil. It is the fun of a coalition that is not united for a cause, but rather is united against a cause. Meanwhile, the long-run oil consequences are about as clear as a barrel of thick muck known as Venezuelan crude. Is this more of a case like Iraq, where the place is a mess for a long time? Or are we looking at Panama, which had a relatively clean end? Well, if there is continued instability in Venezuela, then what I just said applies beyond the short run. Higher prices, good for Russia. If the instability wraps up quickly, then there is going to be an open question about what happens with the oil revenues coming out of Venezuela. Trump's press conference following the operation
Thank you, Tigerin.
provided an interesting perspective on that, and also raised some questions about what is practically enforceable. However, the funds are divided, though. The point is that substantially more oil will be on the market. As I just alluded to, Venezuela produces the gunkiest of oil, and thus needs both investment in its oil fields and US refineries to turn that gunk into something useful. So more oil on the market, lower prices, bad for Putin. The second topic that I wanted to work through is what will happen next regarding regime change elsewhere, because goodness, this has been the subject of some seriously bad takes. The basic idea is that now that Trump has gone after Maduro, the proverbial cat is out of the bag. The precedent is there. No leader is safe, regardless of which side they are on. This is a talking point, and it is a good one because it indeed gets people talking. And I can personally remember when I was young and had that exact concern about Iraq, which, as we all know now, was not the most serious concern there. But along those lines, the precedent argument is mainly effective at activating people who you might call casual international relations consumers. Because when you have been in this business for long enough, you become immune to its logic. Let's just think about this for a moment. For the precedent,
The reason why I'm not commenting a lot is because I'm largely absorbing the information. I feel like this guy has the exact right of level of autism to make me think rather than necessarily comment immediately. The what he's described so far, which I think is based, is he's talked about how the disappearance of the shadow who was in the Easter Bunny suit. It was me. He's talking about how the shadow fleet was this presumed economic status quo prior to the Trump administration actually enforcing its rules. I suppose, in reference to sanctions and hijacking the oil ships and doing the naval blockade, and now this operation against Maduro. Whereas it's presumed that if the United States is actually serious about this operation, then the blockade will continue if it's a hostile government, and the shadow fleet will no longer be able to operate the way that it has, which weirdly enough puts pressure on Russia because they don't have access to the Venezuelan crude anymore, which helps alleviate like prices. But then it also gives them a logistical opportunity where they can hire the shadow fleet. That's what I heard. That's what I heard this guy say. And then what is interesting about what he said, which I don't know if it's true or not, but the fact that the United States government is actually giving Ukraine the capacity to attack the shadow fleet, because that benefits us, because now we no longer have like a blockade running shadow fleet of oil tankers that's making Iran and China and Russia's lives easier. And then not just that, it puts pressure on Russia to negotiate. If they let's say they hire the shadow fleet, but then it all gets taken out by Ukrainian drones and military operations, then at that point they might be more likely to be like, okay, we need to go to the table and negotiate this because this is bad business for everybody. So yeah. Connor, what is your position on regime change in Venezuela and the arrest of Maduro? I think it's mistaken over diplomacy and buying their oil instead of them exporting them to China and Russia. Dude, I would not ask me that question right now, because right now my brain is mud and soup. And I have to say, if the adults are in charge, I don't trust Donald Trump to do any of that. I expect him to be a dog chasing cars and to forget that Venezuela exists next week. Okay. However, if the adults are in charge, there's actually a real policy prescription here that we are reorienting the power dynamic in the Western Hemisphere by no longer allowing Venezuela to backdoor its oil to China, Iran, and Russia. Then yeah, this is actually like a massive neoconservative victory and geopolitical shift. I think the things that what's hurting my brain right now is that the legal case seems like a slam dunk, right? Donald Trump engaged in multiple acts of war for prolonged periods without congressional authorization, and he's risked the geopolitical balance through his recklessness and stupidity. That on the surface, that seems like a slam dunk case. If I was Pisco, if I was pondering politics, if I was Destiny, that is my talking points. I am sticking with it. But if I look at the past 80 years of American military operations, if 3/4 of them don't have authorizations from Congress, why would I hold Trump to a different standard, particularly when it has a neoconservative geopolitical benefit? And so I think the reason why I'm experiencing some cognitive dissonance right now is because my hatred for the incompetence of Trump, my hatred for Rubio enabling the incompetence of Trump, is not vibing with the history of the United States, the military history of the past 80 years. So yeah, my brain is mush right now. That's what's going on.
Thing to matter. There has to be someone in the Kremlin who woke up this morning and said, gee, the only reason we have not tried to kill Zelensky yet is because the United States has shown restraint with Maduro. But after yesterday, we can finally do what we have always wanted to do all along. Or there has to be someone in Beijing who woke up this morning and said,
yeah, Christian Blair says, because everyone is a hypocrite some of the time. Want me to tell you the George W. Bush quote? Yes, please do.
gee, the only reason we have not tried to kill William Lai, despite his very tasteful name, is because the United States has shown restraint with Maduro. But after yesterday, we can finally do what we have always wanted to do all along. Ask yourself for a moment, in what world are these countries actually thinking that? Not making public complaints about the move, but actually thinking about tit-for-tat reasoning in that exact way. On the target side, I can guarantee you that Zelensky is not thinking twice about this. Russia has been trying to assassinate him since literally day one. But Russia is just not good enough to succeed, which is how you get iconic videos of Zelensky on the streets of Kyiv basically singing, na 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 na. Likewise, the still tastefully named William Lai is not waking up this morning, shaking in his boots, thinking to himself, shoot, the only reason I was still president was because the United States had not yet arrested Maduro. I guess, like Putin, I am done. What matters here is what has always mattered in international relations. Do you have the power to do something? And do you have the resolve to bear the costs associated with it? Basically, generalize the idea of lines. And the fact of the matter is that doing these things is really, really hard. Russia could not do it despite sharing a border with Ukraine. Good luck to China trying to do it across the Taiwan.
Dude, no way is that a real quote. No way is that a real quote. Do you like getting hand jobs? Yes. Do you like giving hand jobs? No. Congrats, you're a hypocrite. Dude, that sounds like something that, yeah, and then fellow runner says hand jobs, yes or no? Not only does that sound exactly like a George W. Bush quote, but Fell Runner sounds exactly like he has a Pisco quote. Christian Blair says, my source is Harold and Kumar escaped from Guantanamo. Okay, that makes more sense. Thomas Martinson, but that's not his point. Okay, at least I don't think that's his point. Okay. What I think his point is that Zelensky was always a target of assassination from Russia, and yet he acts the way that he does anyways. And then the same thing with the Taiwanese president. He was always on the chopping block, regardless of what happens in Venezuela, so he should always be paranoid. The United States being willing to abduct Maduro and suffer the geopolitical backlash is what is important in this calculus. And truth be told, barring a failed state, like I think a ground invasion of Venezuela would be insane, and we would be inviting an Iraq-style civil war collapse that would then have like mass regional effects, mass migration, mass economic collapse, energy prices increasing, et cetera, et cetera. But if instead we embargo the shadow fleet, we criminally convict Maduro, we threaten the current regime to have free and fair elections, and then we work with whoever wins in order to normalize relations with the United States and for us to become their biggest trading partner, where does that come back on us? Where does that come back on us? Like, obviously people are going to die. I'm not saying that there isn't going to be some terrorism, some narco terror, some I'm not saying that it's not going to come back with no consequences, but I'm saying when you're talking about 300 giga barrels, is that worth a little bit of blood? And the obvious answer is yes. So Beef Supreme, I'm actually confused by your disagreement.
On straight. Americans, count your blessings that you have a fleet of aircraft carriers that puts the rest of the world to shame. That is why the United States has done this before in Panama, and it did not result in a bunch of other countries toppling other leaders. That is why the United States has done this before in Iraq, and it did not result in a bunch of other countries toppling other leaders. If you do not want to be toppled, be more like Ukraine and successfully defend Hostomel Airport from invaders. Be more like Taiwan and sign $11 billion arms deals with the United States. Be more like Taiwan and make Chinese importers so reliant on your microchips that they dare not risk their supply. None of that is a guarantee of your safety, of course, but each is a step in the right direction. The extent to which this matters for future regime change is the United States' willingness to do this again elsewhere. At the press conference afterward, the Trump administration wanted to make this a clear implication of the arrest. They were even trying to coin the term Donroe Doctrine. It was present on paper with the 2025 National Security Strategy released late last year, and now it is present in practice. The leaders actually spending the morning rethinking foreign policy are likely those in the rest of Latin America. Finally, we get to various implications about the Second Cold War coalitions. As a starting point, I saw an abundance of social media comments suggesting that somehow this is proof that the United States has shifted coalitions. Part of me wonders if there are ongoing influence operations that basically take any headline about the United States and then make incoherent arguments that the United States has a secret alliance with Russia, all with the goal of reducing European trust in the United States, and indeed Americans' trust in their own institutions. I get that nuance is already lost in 2026, just as it was lost in 2025 and many years before that. But there is a difference between the Trump administration being bad at diplomacy and literally everything Trump does being commanded straight from the Kremlin. There is also a difference between, one, it being wise for Europe to develop its own strategic autonomy in a world where the Pentagon is more focused on the Indo-Pacific, and two, Europe removing any sort of coordination with the United States in the event of a globalized war. Remember, it is much easier for Russia and China to win if they get to fight together, while the United States and Europe fight separately. Back to the main topic. Venezuela was the counter-coalition's contributor from the Western Hemisphere.
Can I why are you referencing Trotskyism? Isn't Trotsky a revolutionary communist? The political or economic principles of Leon Trotsky, especially the theory that socialism should be established throughout the world by continuing revolution. Trotskyism has generally included elements of anarchism and syndicalism, but the term has come to be used indiscriminately to describe a great many forms of radical socialism. I'm sorry, what? Why am I a Trotskyite? Is it because that? Is it Republican Trotskyism? Is it liberal Trotskyism? Is it where you view the world as a series of perpetual revolutions towards liberal democracy and republicanism? There we go. We finally figured out the we finally figured out the way to marry liberalism with something hardcore that gives it a little bit of edge. A Trotskyite liberal. Thomas Martinson says neocons are basically socialists. Trotskyites are basically the opposite side. Neocons started as leftists. Yeah, I know that, Thomas Martinson, but you're going to have to define socialism. So here in the COG, in the community of grill hottists, socialism is typically, number one, socialism broadly is the attempt to emancipate humanity from the oppressions of capitalism. I don't believe in that. I like mixed economy capitalism just fine. Okay. Then, if you want to go with Marxian socialism, it's the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. I also don't believe in that. So when you're like, neocons were first leftists and Connor is a Trotskyite because he believes in perpetual revolution for the entire world to become liberal Republican, this is kind of contradictory, I suppose. Yeah. Christian Polaris. All right. Anyways, I'm a fan now. I'm a fan. I'm gonna keep going.
The country.
This guy obviously has like autism voice, but William Spaniel has won me over. William Spaniel is now going to be my Ryan Macbeth. Whenever somebody says we need to watch this Ryan Macbeth geopolitical video, it's a geopolitical day, Connor, you need to go do geopolitical analyses, I'm going to watch Ryan Macbeth first. That way my brain can become befuddled. And then I'm going to watch William Spaniel. That way I get less fuddled.
Countries that have objected to the operation are Russia, China, and Iran. North Korea was too busy testing ballistic missiles to comment on it. I hate using chess analogies in international relations, but the reason they are angry is straightforward. The counter-coalition lost one of its knights, and you usually are not happy when one of your pieces disappears. It does not help that the counter-coalition looked powerless to stop the United States as Maduro was getting arrested. Moreover, if you erase Venezuela from the web, imagine what that does in the event of a true World War III. It cannot cut off oil to try to manipulate global prices. It cannot order vessels, civilian or otherwise, to go to the Panama Canal and scuttle themselves near the entrances or inside. And it cannot be used as a base to fight.
You just did a Ryan Macbeth argument that I objected to earlier, so I'll object to it again. I still think that in the event of a world war, you would still be able to hire a commercial vessel to scuttle itself in the Panama Canal, regardless of who owns the canal. So I'll just object to it again. I already said that earlier during the Ryan Macbeth segment.
Fire Shahed drones or worse at Florida or Gulf Coast oil production. In the medium run, it also means that the United States can rearrange its naval assets to other theaters. Indeed, the fleet had pulled ships from both the Indo-Pacific and the Middle East. If the Venezuelan crisis ends cleanly, and that is a big if, then they can project US power elsewhere. The flip side, of course, is that if things turn south, it will draw further resources to the Caribbean. Think about how much Iraq and Afghanistan upset the Indo-Pacific pivot people, and you get the idea. Aside from US resources, the war demonstrated a couple of other things about the counter-coalition's capabilities. 1. China's intelligence agencies did not see this coming. Trump approved the mission on Christmas, and the US military was waiting around for the right weather and other circumstances for the operation to work. Despite that, China had officials meet with Maduro a day before the operation. Compare that to the start of the Ukraine invasion, when the Biden administration was screaming for a month, "Hey guys, it's happening." As for the operation itself, Venezuela had Russian air defenses, some of which were part of a recent bizarre delivery. The United States cut through them as though they did not exist. It is informative of how a battle between NATO and Russia might go, where the hope is that Russian air defenses would evaporate in the first hour of the battle, then all of Russia's logistics would evaporate, and then ground forces would quickly mop up whatever remains of Russian frontline troops. The success in Venezuela is a weak indicator that such thinking is correct, though successful sustained combined arms operations in Europe might eventually have to contend with anti-aircraft drones, hence why this is a weak indicator. As for Europe, you might have noticed a few complaints coming from across the Atlantic, but note that they focus on legal concerns, not strategic concerns. Here is Kaja Kallas, the head of
Yep. I could not agree with this more. And I think this is the reason why I was so discombobulated over the weekend and also continued to be discombobulated today. So I do think something that he said is incredibly important. All right. The United States still maintains air superiority. I don't think anybody even comes close. China will fly some random stealth fighter that, nobody's ever seen in mass production. Russia will claim that they have this like 5th generation stealth fighter, but it'll have all these indications that their stealth is actually not stealth. And whenever it comes to the United States engaging with an adversary that is not near peer, then effectively like we just annihilate them. It's like not even funny how far ahead we are. And then not just that, but with Ukraine, if Russia and China had all these military technologies that were capable of helping out Russia in their conflict in Ukraine, why haven't they used them? And the reason why they haven't used them is because they don't have the logistical capacity to support them. So even if they have an advanced tank that blows everything out of the water, it's over-engineered and they don't have the logistical capacity to keep manufacturing them, or else they would. Same thing with the stealth. In reference to stealth, if they could fly stealth missions over Ukraine, then they would. And they would be doing it all the time. And they would be severing the logistics of the Ukrainian armed forces and effectively cutting that country to shreds. The fact that they haven't been able to do it for 3 to 5 years is actually, yeah, exactly. Russia stealth fighters turned out to be a MiG with mirrors taped all over it. I mean, you're being sarcastic, but realistically, is that not what it is? So anyways, when it comes to the Venezuelan operation, I think in Iran too, with the B-2 or the B-21 strikes in Iran, I forget if it was a B-2 or a B-21. We were effectively able to do that despite the fact that I think Iran had Russian S-300s. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but like Russian S-300s are supposed to be like the most advanced anti-air defense system on the planet that the Russians were capable of producing. And we just flew over them and bombed their shit anyways, and then flew out like nobody even really knew we were there as the bombs were dropping. And so when we have that kind of domination of the skies, stealth, logistics, air carriers, blue water defense, or like a blue water navy, all that kind of stuff. If it actually came to a conflict in NATO with Russia, like you just said, what's to stop the United States from using stealth to evaporate air defenses? Then what's to stop the United States from achieving air superiority? Then what's to stop American forces from bombing the shit out of all of the drone factories that are supposed to be changing the scope of warfare? And then what's to stop American forces from cutting up Russian infantry, considering that American armed forces have night vision and thermal mass issued to the infantry? Nukes. Right. Nukes. Yeah. Nukes are the thing that keep us from engaging in this war. But I'm just talking about, well, eliminate nukes from your mind for a second. How does the United States not dominate in a conventional war? And I think the answer is it does. And so, yeah, Thomas Martinson says drones are made in caves and bunkers, but then you're talking about insurgency, Thomas Martinson. You're not talking about conventional war. I'm talking about conventional war against governments. Because what you're talking about is after, let's say that we did a conventional war against China or conventional war against Russia, and then we were occupying it, then the drones would be made in caves and bunkers, and then we would have effectively a insurgency with flying IEDs, which is costly, which is why we're not going to do it. But at the same time, you know, how do we not dominate? Yeah, LISCO. Yeah, LISCO. Large-scale combat operations. Yeah. Yeah. Ukraine MiG-29s are doing work on the front. Yeah, but I still think they're getting clapped up by Ukrainian anti-air. So, like, they can still do close air support. They can still do bombing runs. But I also think that they routinely get clapped up by Ukrainian anti-air. Anyways.
EU foreign policy. The EU has repeatedly stated that Mr. Maduro lacks legitimacy.
See, I want to do this in space, bro. I'm tired of doing this on the planet. Like, it's cool that the United States just absolutely mogs everybody on the planet, but can we do this in space instead?
And has defended a peaceful transition. Under all circumstances, the principles of international law and the UN Charter must be respected.
Oh, sorry. There was one other thing that I wanted to make a comment on. I think that the international community and the liberals are going to bitch about legality. But once again, it's like, it's done. It already happened.
Call for restraint. The Polish foreign minister, Radoslaw Sikorski, was more blunt. It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Donald Tusk instead went after Russia's lack of self-awareness on the topic. Anyway, the point is that if Europe really thought that the operation was somehow the end of transatlantic cooperation, they would be complaining about the outcome, not wanting to debate the finer points of international law. As I said at the top, there is still a lot to play out here, and everything in Venezuela could eventually turn south. But Maduro's removal is not a good start for the counter-coalition. Meanwhile, if you want to learn more about the broader US-Venezuela crisis, I have a whole playlist on the subject. And if you enjoyed today's video, then please like, share, and subscribe. And I will...
Dude, this is an autist after my own heart. I feel like the Ryan Macbeth segment for me just made me more confused. I feel like this guy actually did a really good job of cleaning up where I was confused. Not only did he contextualize a conflict within the broader situation, but he also talked about the effects on the Shadow Fleet and what a sober, insane American position would be pretty quickly. And so I love that. And so if the Trump administration doesn't follow through on this guy's prescription, then that's their fault, right? That's their fault for being incompetent and stupid. If the Venezuelan regime comes to the United States and we start collaborating, then we can remove the blockade. But until they start moving our way, the blockade stays on, and we're going to keep messing with the Shadow Fleet that is illegally exporting sanctioned oil from a U.S. perspective. Then I think he accurately articulated that all the people who are being threatened by authoritarian regimes still feel the same way they did yesterday as they do today, or Thursday compared to now. And then if anything, this should make the counter coalition, this should make the counter coalition, Russia, China, North Korea, it should make them a little nervous because we were basically able to do this without military repercussion. I think like 40 people lost their lives in the operation, and none of them were American. And yeah, so I'm actually, and then this map too is totally schizophrenic, but I kind of love it. Like, I don't know what the green and red is. I wish it was mapped out a little bit differently. I would have to take a look at it. But effectively, if we have this like counter coalition against the United States and its allies, then this is just true that when you remove a key player like Venezuela, there's a gap in the logistical capacity of the counter coalition. So, this was excellent. This was a great video. This illuminated me. It illuminated me, and it made me proud to be an American. It made me proud to be a Trotskyite liberal. Thomas Martin says that's the dumbest thing you've ever said, Connor, and I have seen your takes on moral good. Okay. I don't believe you. I don't believe you that that was my dumbest take at all. I don't even think that was close to my dumbest take. Do you guys want to see a counterpoints out of context? I know I do. So what I did is I took a simple video. I think it was the video on Friday. I found little 3 to 5 second clips of me saying absurd things and doing absurd gesticulating body actions. And I clipped it up into a 1-minute video that I think is funny. I don't think that some of you are going to find this really funny. Some of you guys are not going to find this funny at all. Oh, we already hit our goal. Thank you for the goal. You guys have earned another goal. 10 super chats, $2 or higher over the course of 2 hours. Thank you. I'm going to thank all the people who have donated so far. Kind of a chill day. I'm not going to lie. Thank you to Unork, Fellrunner, Anonymous Chatter, Fellrunner again, Sacred Snow, Real Serious with a couple, Ranger Nation, Real Serious again, Old School, Ranger Nation, and Real Serious again. Thank you to all my chippers. Lots of chippers today. Let's take a look at counterpoints out of context real quick. All right, y'all ready? I'm ready. Dude, Chud Logic is doing better than ever. He's a slop tuber. And I'll try to sweep for him, presuming he's black based off of how many times he used the N-word. Wait, who was in Paris? The ninjas. And a croissant. I don't care if Donald Trump groped somebody 20 years ago. Listen up, liberal, comma. I don't care about child rape, period. I found an unflattering picture of Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly is starting to look like Mark Kelly with a wig. I just don't feel like it has a lot of broad sex appeal. They said, take your arms, put them like this, smash yourself up against a doorway. That way you can spread out your chest. Normally, my general opinion is Asmongold is too stupid to react to. I'm still a little bit racist. I still love guns. I still think that abortion should be restricted within limits. Indoor smoking is degenerate. She's got special needs. She plays on special teams. We're going to fucking kill you. It's Squidward. I cut up some shorts. No, this is a counterpoints out of context. No, dude, this is what I wanted, man. I've wanted this forever. Like I've always wanted. There was a counterpoints out of context guy from like 2 years ago who posted. Thomas Dudley is going to go into another interview in 20. Ready up. Good luck, Thomas Dudley. So, all right, I'm. But for me, like, I don't care about the shorts. Like I did a short describing how Twitter is like being in like back before Elon Musk bought it. It was kind of like being in Paris in the 1930s. You go downstairs, you got the sun shining through like a garden lattice. You're smoking your digital cigarette. You're drinking your digital coffee. You're going to talk with the local political schizophrenics. And then all the Nazis come in and it sucks. And like that's like an okay clip. I think it'll do well on TikTok. I think it'll do well on YouTube Shorts or whatever. But realistically, that's not the funniest thing or the best thing that I think we could do with YouTube. I agree with some people in chat who are saying that, like, yeah, you're very monotone. You sound the same. But that is hysterical. Like me, I forget who said the Mark Kelly. Megyn Kelly is starting to look like Mark Kelly in a wig. And then totally separate from that, like 10 minutes later, I say, I don't think that has a lot of broad sex appeal. So me watching all the clips and then finding them right next to each other and then smashing them together into like a totally schizophrenic 1 minute, I thought it was hysterical. Christian Blair says, if Connor went insane and was institutionalized, I would hate to be the orderly that had to deal with him. Here's the hope he has lots of Warhammer merch to distract. True. The only problem with Warhammer for people in insane asylums is that you have to use a lot of super glue and you have to use a lot of knives. Beef Supreme says it's not hysterical. It's just monotone. It's like you're held together with antidepressants. Come on, man. Come on, Beef Supreme. Play nice, Beef Supreme. That's not very nice of you. All right, I'm gonna play it one more time, and then we actually have a one-on-one at 1. So I'll probably just play this one more time, and then I'll engage with chat. One more
Dude, Chud Logic is
time.
doing better than ever.
He's a slop tuber. And I'll try to sweep for him, presuming he's black based off of how many times he used the N-word. Wait, who was in Paris? The ninjas. And a croissant. I don't care if Donald Trump groped somebody 20 years ago. Listen up, liberal, comma. I don't care about child rape, period. I found an unflattering picture of Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly is starting to look like Mark Kelly with a wig. I just don't feel like it has a lot of broad sex appeal. They said, take your arms, put them like this, smash yourself up against a doorway. That way you can spread out your chest. Normally, my general opinion is Asmongold is too stupid to react to. I'm still a little bit racist. I still love guns. I still think that abortion should be restricted within limits. Indoor smoking is degenerate. She's got special needs. She plays on special teams. We're going to fucking kill you. It's Squidward. I cut up some shorts. In retrospect, I should have moved. She plays on special, or she has special needs. She plays on special teams. I should have moved that over to the Megyn Kelly section, but I still think it's good for a first cut. So I'm just going to upload that one. I'm going to start doing those. I'm going to start doing those. Like the goal will be, because I send Danabo. Real Serious says, what's your most conservative take, Connor? Why do you still call yourself a Republican? My most conservative take is that Donald Trump invading Venezuela in order to kidnap Maduro was based, and it's soy to complain about it. That's my most conservative take. There we go. Also, Bonnie Blue should be incarcerated for being such a whore. And also, if I was dictator, I would institute the beans and rice welfare that Lactoid suggested, where instead of people getting thousands of dollars every single month, we just give them beans. You can get unlimited beans and rice. There will be a beans and rice depot in every major city in America. And if you're starving, you can go fill up your cart with beans and rice. And there's the Discord link. And boom, that's food stamps. We're replacing all food stamps with beans and rice depots. Yeah, sure, cheese. Maybe some cheese. What kind of beans though? I mean, I'm a black bean kind of guy, but we could do black beans. We could do pinto to mix it up. We could do pinto, we could do black. We could do cheddar cheese, American cheese. You could have like two or three different kinds of beans. Maybe soybeans, maybe lima beans. Right? What do you make of people who are saying that Trump didn't have the consent of the governed or operated beyond without Congress? Newmanax, you missed out, man. That was the past like 3 hours of content. What was happening was I wanted, in oranges to prevent scurvy. Good point. Yeah, so beans, rice. So you can have all the different kinds of beans. You can have 2 or 3 different kinds of rice. We could have yellow rice is just white rice infused with turmeric. So we could have yellow rice, white rice, and brown rice. And then what is it? And then oranges. Yeah. And then oranges to prevent scurvy. True. Jasmine. Sure. We could go all out. We could have like 5 different kinds of rice. We could have 5 different kinds of beans. We could have like 3 different kinds of cheese. Sorry, I'll move off of the beans and cheese rice and I'll address Newmanax real quick. So Newmanax, my position, I took the Pisco, Destiny, liberal, pondering politics, soy position yesterday and the day before, which is Donald Trump does not have authorizations for use of military force in order to conduct military operations in the state of Venezuela. And therefore, he should be impeached and held in contempt of Congress and then whatever, right? However, taking a look at American military operations for the past 80 years, including the intervention in Kosovo, the intervention in Korea, the intervention in Somalia, the intervention in Panama and Grenada, we found that like 70% of American military operations over the past century have not had congressional approval. The president just did what he wanted to do as commander in chief, and then Congress just kept funding it. And so I don't know what to do about that. Like there's a disconnect between approving of Obama trying to overthrow Bashir al-Assad in Syria and approving of him trying to overthrow, or actually successfully overthrowing, Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, and not having congressional authorization to do so. And I don't know how to square that moral problem. Zena says, stop trying to make poor people's lives worse. I understand not funding infinite chips and beer, but stop trying to make their poor life miserable. Why don't you like beans, Zenith? Dude, listen, I understand that if I have a choice between beans and meat, I'm going to eat meat, right? But how does unlimited free beans and unlimited free rice make your life worse? I don't think it does. I think you would have plenty of energy. You'd probably have all your essential vitamins, and your poops would be so regular. You would have the most regular of poops. So I don't know how that actually makes the world. I think that makes the world a better place. Wasn't there a loophole, though? Executive military powers for 30 to 90 days that doesn't require Congress? Yes, the president can take emergency action. And by the way, as long as Congress continues to fund the Navy, as commander in chief, why can't he tell the Navy to deploy outside of Venezuela in order to enforce a blockade based off of laws that Congress has already passed? All he's doing is he's prioritizing the military for a mission that's already been approved by Congress. So, yeah, it's crazy. Need spices, though? Dude, if you can't afford spices, come on, man. What, you can't afford to go to the supermarket and get $3 spices? Come on, man. I'm against the reflexive as little as possible lactoid mentality. I'm mostly fucking around, Zenith. I'm mostly fucking around. I don't care that poor people I don't care that we live in a dignity culture where poor people not disproportionately, where poor people are guaranteed a certain minimum standard of living. I don't care about it. I'm just fucking around. Fucking around. Beef Supreme says yellow rice is yellow because of annatto, not turmeric. For real? For real? I didn't know that. I thought it was turmeric. My wife made me make yellow rice with turmeric. Newman says last night's Islam debate was fucking awful. Yeah, I know. Christian Valeris said, hey, let me know when you're going live. And by the way, I'm just engaging with chat, guys. We did Geopol for the morning. We probably peaked out at 120, 130. We got 13 super chats on the day. Plenty of chippers chipped today. Oilers oiled last night. Patriarch did 10 gifted memberships. Grid One Motorsports did $100 super chat. I think some other people did like 5s and 10s and chips in there. So we made good money last night. And then today, it's all chippers, but we're live on Valor, and we're just coming out of the holidays, so I'm not too worried about it. A.K.A. Batu Sai says, what was the Islam debate? So we had a guy named Manar. I don't know where he's from, but he's like Muslim. Like English is his second language, probably lives in Iran or Saudi Arabia Muslim. And he does not have very modern perspectives on women or social relations. And then we had Grace Thorpe, who was trying to sweep for Islam, and she actually wore a hijab to the debate, which was hilarious. And so we have this debate where Grace Thorpe kept trying to sweep for Islam, but then Manar, her debate partner, would say the most like absurd, authoritarian, violent shit on the planet, and Grace would just have to pretend that she didn't hear it. And then my debate was a girl named Malige. Oh, I'm going to have to find that VOD. It's on the Counterpoints Politics live section. It's right there. And then Malige, my debate partner, was a girl from Pakistan who moved to Canada when she was 12 or 13. And she's in her late 30s and she's single. So she's kind of indicative of Western degeneracy. But she has an OnlyFans where she reads the Quran in her bikini. So, yeah. Overall, like pretty wild debate. It definitely was cancer. It definitely was AIDS, but it was entertaining. It was entertaining. Yeah, hijabi Grace Thorpe was not something I was ready for. I wasn't ready for it either. Quick show, though, even though I said that I'm not too worried about it. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We're going to be moving into a one-on-one pretty soon. So I'm just going to... It's a guy. I think it's a Destiny guy. There's a Destiny guy who wanted to challenge me on a topic a week ago. I'll take a look. I was listening to your conversation with Pisco regarding U.S. immigration policy pre-1870, and I could be wrong, but I think there's a disconnect. Oh, no, that's not the topic. What is the original topic? Oh, fascism. Yeah, fascism and immigration. So Dynaco and I are going to be calling in a minute. Let me know when you're ready. We could probably kick this off. You're ready. I'm just chilling with chat. I think though, I'm trying to get my mind wrapped around this. I think I'm ready to fight Destiny and Pisco if they're going to take the perspective of like, no, it's absolutely incorrect for the president of the United States to engage in unilateral military operations without authority from Congress, and therefore Donald Trump should be impeached. I'll be like, yeah, but we have 80 years of presidents doing this, and I bet you have different moral opinions on the different conflicts that we've engaged in. So you're now trying to hold Donald Trump to a different standard than you held Obama to, than you held Bush to, than you held Bush Sr. to, than you held Reagan to, than you held Clinton to, than you held Truman or Eisenhower to. So I don't think that's Destiny's take. Who we talking with? A guy named Dynaco. He's a Pisco Destiny guy. Carter. Yeah, Carter did the Iranian hostage operation, right? That the helicopter and the fuel tanker blew up on the thing. Matter of fact, let's take a look. What did Eisenhower do? He did my butt. Let's take a look at Destiny's take real quick. Let's see what he said. Well, we'll just watch this for 5 minutes while we're waiting for Mr. What's-His-Face to show up. I'm curious. I want to see what Destiny's take is.
And early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the...
Well, the guy's ready to go, so I'm going to call him instead. I'll play this for a moment.
Capital of Venezuela.
The capital, nice. On the ground.
Overwhelming American military power, air,
Hey, what's
land,
up, buddy?
and sea
Can you hear
was
me?
used.
Yep. Can you hear me?
I can. Let me bump you up a little bit.
All right.
Let me get into the Discord. And then, do you have a camera or is it just audio?
Oh, it's just audio. I don't have a camera. Sorry.
No, that's fine. So let me go ahead and full screen you. Let me make sure that I can see my chat. Can you... Number one, guys, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. And then, who are you? What are you about? What's your political affiliation? And what are we going to be talking about today?
Well, I'm Dynaco. My political affiliation is probably more liberal right now. I used to be sort of... I used to dabble in fascism a little bit. But I saw a light. So... And... Sorry, was there one more question?
Yeah, what are we talking about today?
Oh, yeah. I want to talk about fascism. I heard your definition of it, which you got from Gentile, I believe.
Yep.
Political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. I think that definition of fascism, it includes parts of fascism, but I think it's missing the element of the nation and the role the nation plays in that.
Feel free to elaborate. And just so I can explain for the folks at home really quick, though, political corporatism is not like an economic thing. It's treating the nation state as a body and then like kind of like conceptualizing different organs as organs and treating them as such, which is oftentimes why you get ethno-religious and sexual minorities treated as like parasites or viruses. Is because of this analogy to the body. But yeah, if you want to explain what I'm missing, please proceed.
Okay. So I guess ultimately, political corporatism sort of treats yeah, as you said, all the apparatuses of the state as sort of like a central body that they each sort of function, and then it works towards a greater good. But I think there's also an aspect of identity there where fascism tends to latch onto an identity, like let's say, whether that be a race, a nation, religion. It latches onto an identity and it uses that as like its primary motivating factor. Like, for example, Nazi Germany latched onto the idea of the German race as a people. And everything they did was for the good of the race.
Yeah, but then how would you analogize that to like Franco's Spain or Italy? I think with Italy, oftentimes what they appealed to was like a Roman identity, where they kind of appealed to the greatness of the Roman Empire, and but they, like Mussolini himself was saying that Italian fascism was different than German fascism in the fact that they're not appealing to a single race, and he actually thinks that the concept of race gets super fuzzy, and so he was trying to appeal to people's like the greatness of the Roman Empire, where you had Etruscans and Lombards and Sicilians and Romans and all those different people, but the thing that united them was the like the Italian or Roman identity. So I mean, I agree 100% that like you need an identity, but I don't think that identity needs to be like de facto racial.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I might have I might have made a point that I wasn't actually trying to make. No, it doesn't have to be racial. I think a nation could be almost anything on the grounds of almost anything. Like you could have a nation of, I don't know, gamers, but that probably wouldn't.
No, I agree. I jokingly advocate for humans to become like space fascists because I am a political corporatist. I do think that the nation state being analogized as a human body can actually help you come up with descriptions and prescriptions. I think oftentimes where fascism goes wrong is in the flexible authoritarian calculation, but also in the the identifying of an in-group. So I think that any ideology that like identifies other human beings as non-human or subhuman or abhuman is probably going to be pretty bad for the species in the long term.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'd agree. Do you think that's like a thing that will always happen with the fascist regime, or do you think there are ways to, or I guess political corporatists, because the fascism has the flexible authoritarian bit, which you don't really agree with? But
Yeah,
like,
it's the but I do think that political corporatism opens it's up to I think this is what you're asking, so I'll try to answer it. I think the analogy of political corporatism, if you start conceptualizing human beings as cells in a body, then it opens up the analogy of some human beings being cancers or some human beings being viruses or malignant tumors. And then therefore, what do you do with a tumor or a cancer or a virus? You expel it or you kill it. And so that's where the temptation of political corporatism is to identify viruses and cancers and then treat them as such. And so it's obviously a vulnerability in the ideology.
oh, okay. I don't know. I feel like within the framework of political corporatism, you kind of have to view, like if you're going to stake your position on political corporatism, you kind of have to view certain people as cancers or stuff like that, because like within, I don't know, our society and stuff, there are people who take more than they contribute, and within a political corporatist framework, those people are by definition cancers. Like I don't really know if there's a way to be a political corporatist and not.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. This is where we had a conversation though about like dignity culture versus honor culture, and I think like dignity culture offers a solution here, where dignity and moral frameworks surrounding dignity oftentimes extend even to your enemies a minimum level of charity. And so that's where I think like political corporatism cannot be the final analysis, or else you're opening yourself up to some of the worst crimes that humanity has ever perpetrated. And I do agree that fascism and political corporatism make this a lot easier.
Okay, so you're not like a political corporatist, period. You're a political corporatist, then there'd be other aspects.
Yeah, political corporatist plus. You know, I should probably just start identifying as a centrist, because whenever I whenever I identify in ideology, people are just like, "Oh, you believe that in all cases at all times?" And I'm like, "No, of course not."
Yeah. Okay. So were you always a political corporatist? Or
No.
did you always have that?
No, I was infinitely more liberal or libertarian, especially in the 2010s. I think because we live in a liberal or libertarian society where we're thought to think of society in individualist lenses, and also you experience consciousness from the seat of consciousness from behind your own eyeballs. I always thought of like the individualist lens as the best. It was only once I kind of joined the military, got out of the military, and actually heard fascist argumentation that I kind of realized that like individualism is not good in all cases at all times. Like individuals in the military oftentimes get destroyed because they're not good for the political corporative whole of the military. And the more that the military can act as a political corporate body, actually the more effective it is at its job. And so that's kind of where I realized that like individualism is also not a philosophical endpoint.
Yeah, like I guess they just do sort of correspond with each other. Like a military would have a sort of technocratic, at least a functioning military would have sort of technocratic leadership that would issue orders to like the lower bodies or the lower cells.
I wish we had a I wish we could live in a technocracy. Unfortunately, I look at the technocrats in our society and I'm like, oh my God, these people are all stupid as fuck too. And so I'm kind of with Churchill. I say this quote often. It's like, democracy is the worst form of government except for all the other ones. And that's genuinely how I feel about like democracy and republicanism. Is that like, if we could be ruled by a technocratic elite who were able to come up with decent prescriptions on how people should live, and then they were actually able to achieve human happiness, then that would be amazing. But I do think that human beings are such a flawed species that we need democracy to check the self-serving interest of technocratic elites.
Yeah, I think my one issue I have with a lot of democratic societies is that they allow for people to advocate against the democracy within the democratic framework, which is an issue because, well, once, like, let's say they ever get power, they'll immediately remove that right, those rights for all the other people, anti-democratic people. And I just don't really know how to properly balance free speech and the health of the nation. I guess it's where political corporatism could be applied. You could be
republicanism.
Unironically,
republicanism. This is where I actually think that the founding fathers were correct, and that republicanism, meaning like representative democracy and the rule of law, actually has the solution to this problem, where the democratic framework that we have can be changed. Like we have what, like 27, 30 amendments, something like that. And the point is that we can change our society over time, but it's difficult, and you need an overwhelming majority to do so. And at the foundation of our country, we decided here are the basic things that we agree on as a rule book to play in society with. And I think that the American Constitution in particular is actually a pretty robust set of rules that sets up a really good free society.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd agree for the most part, but how would you counter, like in your perfect world, is there anything you could do to the institutions of America that would counter influences like, let's say, Trump or the MAGA movement as a whole?
Yeah. Well, number one, I think we're engaged in those things now, like the democratic process, the electoral process. Also, Republicans right now, kind of like pulling their feet, where they're dragging their feet, and it's kind of viewed as like a rhino rebellion in the Republican right. Term limits are obviously awesome because a lot of people are seeing Donald Trump's power dissipate. I don't know if they call it a fourth column or fifth column, but the media, being able to freely check the president of the United States by exposing his past controversies. That's all amazing. And then the one thing, though, if I was to try to improve the Republic of the United States, I would probably term limit congressmen to 20 years. And I would probably also term limit Supreme Court justices as well. And I would try to have like a rotation where, you know, we have to deal with the fact that we have a two-party system right now. I would probably try to figure out a rotation where we don't just have like broad sweeping changes through the judiciary just because of who dies or who retires at what time.
Yeah, I think, at least in my opinion, I think it's also a fundamental issue where, like, the American populace is just super divided on issues that can't really coexist with each other. Like, you can't have two political movements where one is very pro-immigration, one very against it, stuff like that. Or I'm trying to think of another example, but I can't really think of one off the top of my head right now.
Well,
but
I don't know if that's necessarily true. So, I mean, we're taught to think of like everything that's going on right now as existential. And I do agree that like probably hundreds of thousands of people have been killed by the incompetence of the Trump administration. That's why I'm so hostile to the Trump administration. I think they're incompetent. I think they're stupid. But if you actually look at like the longevity of the Republic, I don't think that there was anything that was truly threatening to the Republic except for January 6, 2021.
the Civil War wasn't?
Oh, no, the Civil War absolutely was. I'm talking about within the Trump administration.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I feel like saying except January 6th kind of excludes like the huge part of that. Like that's still open for interpretation.
Oh, I
right now,
agree. And my chat beats the shit out of me every day because I say, oh, well, if there was a good Republican who was running, maybe I would vote for them. But, you know, and they bring up that like JD Vance effectively said like, oh, I would have helped Trump overthrow the Republic. You know, like that's obviously a wild take.
Yeah. I guess I have to ask, as somebody, you're somebody's like, you describe yourself as a conservative, right?
Yeah, I would say that, especially when it comes to like the philosophy of Edmund Burke, that's probably the closest way to the way that I perceive the world.
Yeah. What changed conservatism in America from like, let's say Nixon to what we have now? Like what happened there?
We are fully unmoored from any coherent ideology. We are fully unmoored. Matter of fact, I think I could blame Reagan. So Reagan fusionism, correct me if I get any details wrong, but this is my understanding of it, is that Reaganite fusionism knew that social conservatives were too weak to win on their own. Fiscal conservatives were too weak to win on their own. I could come up with another half dozen conservatives, but the point is that he married economic conservatism, fiscal conservatism, like lower tax rates and allegedly balancing the budget. I know he never balanced the budget, but that was the rhetoric that he used, right? Slashing social safety nets, and then also marrying that with like Christian conservatism. That became a power block that was self-contradictory, but it gave the Republicans power for the past like 30 years. And so you could even see it as recently as Charlie Kirk, where I saw a speech from Charlie Kirk where he said, we need to get the 10 Commandments back into the schools. We need to eliminate federal oversight for public education. We need to reinvigorate the religious lives of Americans. And simultaneously, we need to cut $4 trillion out of the federal budget and just have a very minimal federal government. And so Reaganite fusionism effectively like evaporated any kind of ideological core to the Republican Party. And I think MAGA and Donald Trump is almost like a reaction of the consequences of fusion republicanism and neoconservatism winning.
Like, I probably agree. Like if you look at Nixon's policies, that they weren't, they were like very, very moderate in kind of every regard. Like there wasn't really any, at least from what I saw. That's my understanding. Yeah, and then you have Reagan come around where he's sort of like trying to unite all these different little different little sections of conservatism, like fiscal and political conservatism, stuff like that. But
it's totally incoherent.
I just don't. I guess maybe how Trump came about. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Like, are you saying like the cognitive dissonance between all those different groups came so high that they just sort of fully embraced it?
Yeah, I actually think that Trump is kind of like a post-truth president. And so just as an example, okay? So a social conservative should care about their surrounding society because Christianity actually calls Christians to love their neighbors, especially the sinful, minister to them, take care of them, and all that kind of stuff.
Unless you're Andrew Wilson with Africa-aged children.
Sorry, what's that?
Unless you're Andrew Wilson and Africa-aged children.
But he is in my opinion, a product of the contradiction, right? Mm-hmm. And so that social conservatism would almost lead you to higher taxes and a more robust social safety net, right? Mm-hmm. But what the fiscal conservatives figured out is that the Christian conservatives didn't want to abdicate that responsibility to the state. And so what they said is, hey, we'll cut taxes, and as a result, you'll become more powerful because you will be the social glue of your local society. And so the contradiction of let's cut food stamps and let's actually hurt the poorest and let's hurt the weakest among us, it doesn't register with the social conservatives because they're like, oh, well, the government shouldn't be involved in that anyways. It should all be private communities taking care of each other. Matter of fact, the government coming in here and providing social services is actually what weakened our communities in the first place. And so I think it's like a clever propagandistic trick to get social conservatives who are Christian, who care about the poor, to vote in policies that actually hurt the poor through clever political maneuvering.
In sort of an attempt to make them rely more on the church for like donations and stuff to make sure like the church is more central to the community.
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah. I guess that makes sense in a sort of.
I mean, that was the argumentation that I grew up with from my parents. My parents, whenever we brought up welfare, in any kind of circumstance, and I just took this for granted, my Reaganite conservative parents would say, oh, well, the state shouldn't be doing that anyways. Like, it should be local communities and it should be local churches. Now, meanwhile, what they're not recognizing is that the slashed social safety nets just create a shitload more poor homeless people who are plaguing downtown areas. And then they're not recognizing that the churches don't have the logistical capacity to actually deal with the influx of people that are hurt. They're appealing to it based off of principle, even if the principles seem contradictory.
Yeah, I guess to go back to the Andrew Wilson example, I just don't really, because if Andrew Wilson was like, listen, I don't want the government to be spending money on this, but like, at least I'm trying to remember the conversation. I don't think he ever talked about like the church stepping up and taking over it. I'm pretty sure you just completely talked about how the U.S. shouldn't be paying for it, and that he doesn't care about the aged children dying like that.
Yeah. This is another weird development over the past decade, which I think is kind of wild, but it's kind of like it's like Christian malevolent neglect of society, I suppose. So if you look at the prescribed Christian life, and obviously it's an ideal, it's not something that most people live. Like a constant accusation of Christians is that they're hypocrites and they're not able to live out their own ideals. But the Christian ideal is you grow up, you're relatively chaste and sober, you find your wife, you get married, you work hard, you take care of your family, you take care of community, you give 10% to the church. It's a very boring prescription for how like a normie should live their life. Now, let's say that you're not a Christian and you don't believe in any of this shit. But as a result, you party, you do drugs, you get addicted, you have a bunch of promiscuous sex, you catch diseases, you need, you stab yourself in the veins to the point that your veins are collapsing. Well, modern Christians are basically saying like, well, we could give you clean needles, access to drugs, access to food, access to shelter, but all you're going to do is you're going to continue living in sin. Whereas if we allow you to suffer the consequences that God has put into the world, then what'll happen is you'll probably find your way back to a Christian life. And so, because if you live a very normal, boring, ideal Christian life, you're not going to have any of these problems. And so it's almost like malevolent neglect, where they want the worst and least amongst us to hurt themselves so that they live better lives. It's like the story of the prodigal son.
Yeah, if I had to say, in my opinion, I feel like the biggest, I guess the biggest difference between quote unquote old Christianity and this new Christian phenomenon you're talking about is that like I guess the lack of self-sacrifice. Like I was reading up on how medieval societies worked, and if there's a homeless person in your like village, you would take them into your house and give them food and like maybe allow them to like work for you or something, or give them a job or something like that. And that was obviously like sacrificing a part of your life, like bringing someone to your home kind of lowered your, it put more people in your home, more people to feed, more everything. But ultimately, you're doing it for the greater good of society. And I just feel like that's missing.
It's gone.
Modern Christianity.
Yeah, it's in my opinion, there are still individuals that act that way. I have people in my life. My father-in-law runs a 2-year in-house drug treatment center that's faith-based, but it actually has a pretty high success rate. And then I have my wife's adopted grandparents. They run a community center where abandoned children with mental and physical disabilities can get dropped off, no questions asked, and they take care of them for life. And they fundraise to take care of actually like probably 10 to 30% of the population of this home is kids with Down syndrome. And so there's individuals who follow what you're talking about. But you're right that it's kind of been gutted out of our culture, and it's been gutted out of our political culture, especially. And what I think is even worse is that there's this Reaganite, greed is good, Gordon Gekko, sleazy salesman 80s mentality that is also a part of the Reaganite right, and also part of the what do I call them? Fiscal conservatives. It's also a part of their movement where the Christianity is used as a veneer to dupe the rubes into thinking they're doing the right thing, while realistically what's happening is rich people are getting tax cuts and then can spend their money more frivolously. And also the frivolous spending within the economy, like if they're buying a yacht or buying a Corvette or buying a third house or going on a vacation, well, that's good for the capitalist economy anyways. So actually greed is good. So I'm trying to explain these things as best I can. But if you're saying these things are contradictory, yeah, absolutely. I don't disagrey at all.
Yeah, no, I think we're in complete agreement there. I guess I'm trying to understand how this happened. Because I can't think of any real benefit to the latter, to the greed is good. We should fully embrace greed ideology. Like it
lower
just seems
taxes.
like nobody.
They're the ones who have won the most over the past 30 years with deregulation and lower taxes. I would say the fiscal conservatives are the ones who have benefited the most from this like contradictory alliance.
I guess I've listened to a fair amount of Andrew Wilson debate and stuff, and I just can't. I can usually wrap my mind around people's framework or like how they think, but I just can't understand him. I don't know what he's arguing for.
In my opinion, he's trying to, you know how race realists and white nationalists are trying to awaken racial consciousness?
Yeah.
I think he's trying to awaken Christian consciousness. And so what he's trying to do is he's trying to grab young men by the shoulders who are smoking weed and jerking off and spending $10 a month on some chick's OnlyFans, OnlyFans, and simping for girls and engaging in degenerate behavior. And he's trying to say like, no, like if you were disciplined, if you followed the tenets of Christ, if you paid attention to your community, if you took your faith seriously, then you would be a better and happier person. And you also don't have to be a pacifist or a wussy. I think he calls them sewing circle Christians. You don't have to be a Christian who kind of like lets society commit suicide around you. You can go out into society and call whores, and call, profiteers, and call bad people bad, because actually, if you do not condemn or criticize the sinful, then you're effectively allowing them to wallow in their sin. And oftentimes they'll cite Jesus and the tax collectors, Jesus and the money changers. That'll be one of the main parables that they bring up for why Christians are called to call out sin in their communities.
Yeah, I feel like he embraces the calling out people for their transgressions to society part, but he completely ignores the self-sacrifice part of it, where like you actually try to help people. And I don't know, it's just hard for me to wrap my mind around it. Like how can he advocate for Christian values?
It's not the Christianity I was raised with. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wasn't raised Christian, but I went to a school briefly where they read the Bible to me and stuff, and taught me Christian values and stuff. And generally, like the main part of it was just trying to be kind and generous to people around you. That was the main takeaway I got from that.
But that's where I think Andrew Wilson might correctly argue that those like vibes based, well, Christ was just a chill guy and he loved everybody and all that kind of stuff. That's coming out of a relatively shallow engagement with Scripture, where if you believe, because also you have to understand that he's probably a literalist, and if he's not a literalist, then he's literalist in some passages. And so, as an example, like at the heart of Christianity is this contradiction, and this is what I was not able to get over as a young man. So, at the heart of Christianity is the idea that God, the fundamental creative force of the universe, imbued his essence into a single perfect human being. And that single perfect human being, who was also a fractal of God, came down here to show us the correct way to live. And that if we live correctly and believe in him, then we'll spend paradise with God. We'll spend our afterlife in paradise with God. But if we ignore him, then we will be separated from the Godhead. Like actually what you do after you die, either being in paradise or being either in oblivion or a lake of fire, that is more important than anything that you or I do in this life. Okay. And so if that's true, then obviously you should be more Christ-like. You should be loving, you should turn the other cheek, you should listen to the Scripture, you should do this, you should do that. But what a lot of fire and brimstone and what I would call like aggressive evangelical Christians say is that like, this is the most important thing. Whether or not Dynaco believes that Jesus is literally the manifestation of God, and whether or not he follows biblical prescriptions, has infinitely more importance than anything else that we do in our lives. So bullying liberals and secularists and whores into being Christians is a matter of eternal punishment and should carry that level of urgency.
Well, I just don't get why you would punish. Well, if you believe truly that like there is eternal punishment that's going to happen for you, why would you care for punishing them now?
Because you're trying to save their souls.
I just don't see Andrew Wilson argue for Christian, or like give very compelling arguments for Christianity. It seems very like spite driven.
Well, and he might argue that what do they call it, like in the left-wing political spheres, like a plurality of tactics. So what Andrew, in my opinion, if he was trying to steelman his own position, is he would be trying to steelman the fact that right-wing men and Christian men in particular don't need to be weak. They don't need to be deferential. They don't need to be apathetic in the face of unrepentantly sinful people. They can be judgmental. They can be this, they can be that, which does contradict some scripture, but there's some scripture that you could use to back it up. And then what I think he would say, because you're saying like, oh, well, I don't think he's converting anybody. Well, I think he has probably 3,000 to 5,000 live viewers. Maybe let's say half of them actually watch them because they believe what he says. Those are young men from his perspective that he would see as leading into the light. And if you were like, okay, but he's also turning off a bunch of women who don't want to be a part of his movement, and he's actually pushing people away from the church, then what I would think he would say is like, okay, but I'm not trying to reach them. That's what my wife is trying to do. And then Rachel is, I think her name's Rachel. I hope I didn't get that wrong. But Rachel Wilson does a more, she's still like very aggressive in debates and all that kind of stuff, but she still does the like, you should defer to your husband and you should follow scripture in this way and you should be a mother and you should be nurturing. And that would be more of the marketing tactic for the people that Andrew is turning off.
Yeah, I guess it's just I'm not very familiar with Andrew Wilson's audience, I guess, but it seems like there are people who either go there because they like the debates or they go there because they're already Christian. Like I don't know.
I agree.
Really, yeah. Okay. I don't know. I guess he's just like he's a very interesting guy in my opinion, but he's interesting in the sense that like I can't understand him really well, and that's usually not. I can usually understand people pretty well.
Well, I mean, you're familiar with the story of the tax collectors, right? Or the money changers at the temple?
Maybe.
Okay, well, I'll just say it as a refresher for the audience and or you. So Jesus is going around telling parables, leading people into the light of God, et cetera, et cetera. But he goes to the temple, and outside the temple is a bunch of merchants. So that the temple is supposed to be holy. It's the Sabbath. It's where you go to engage with God. And so effectively, immediately outside, there's people who set up a bazaar. And you're not even supposed to work on the Sabbath. Like if you're an observant Jewish person, you're not even supposed to work that day. You're just supposed to go to Sabbath, spend time with the family, do the minimum amount of work necessary in order to eat food, and contemplate existence. It's a holy day. The Sabbath is like one of the commandments is keeping the Sabbath holy. And so when he shows up, and there's a bunch of merchants like selling stuff and a bunch of people, I think he called them like money changers. They were the people who profited off of like taking Roman currency and transitioning it into another currency. He's like, how dare you profane the Sabbath, not only by working today, but also doing so right outside of the temple. And so he gets angry. And I think he takes a cat of nine tails or a whip or a switch. And he starts running around the bazaar that's set up outside the temple, and he basically starts a riot. He starts whipping the money changers and whipping the merchants and scorning them for being sinful and casting them out and flipping over their tables. And so the whole point of this is like God, in reference to this story, if Jesus is God, and he's the perfect incarnation of humanity, then God is not only the person who washes your feet when you come after a long trek and you're a sinful person. He's not just the guy who says, he who is without sin cast the first stone. He's also a figure of judgment and wrath. And if you also check out the parable of the Minas, I think it's called the Minas, Minas. I would have to Google it. But Jesus tells a parable about being basically dying and returning and being a wrathful and judgmental God. And if you check out the Old Testament too, it's actually quite routine for God in the Old Testament to be wrathful and judgmental. And so the Christianity that you and I were raised with, where God is just this, or Jesus is just this chill dude who loves everybody and he's nice to everyone, that's not necessarily scripturally whole.
Yeah, I mean, I live in Canada, so I was probably raised like the Christianity I probably saw was like maybe Anglican. I don't know, which would be pretty far from the.
No, I was raised with chill Christianity too.
Yeah. Okay. I guess to bring this. So you think Andrew Wilson, at least in his eyes, sort of views himself as that figure of sort of whipping the behind of sinners to get them to fall in line?
I think so. I think that's the only way that you can really justify it, because there are scriptural passages that effectively say, do not judge lest ye be judged. And when folks like Brian Shapiro or other debaters that I've seen that are like liberal or secular but not Christian themselves, whenever they bring up those passages, Andrew effectively just dismisses them and continues to be like a wrathful, judgmental asshole. So I don't know how he could square his behavior with his spiritual identity unless he was emphasizing different scripture.
Yeah, I guess there's also like for example, he like chain smokes on stream constantly. Like that's not very.
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't seem very. It seems like a balanced life, or
No, I'm with you. The obviously something that God calls us to be away from, or he calls us to be, again, I'm not a literalist, but he calls Christian men or Christians in particular to be like sober and as chaste as possible, to not, like, they drank wine in the Bible, but they weren't drinking to excess. They were probably drinking because it was it was safer than drinking water. And then same thing. I don't think they had like a tobacco equivalent, but yeah, effectively, like, you are not supposed to be slave to addictions, and being addicted to something should be an indication that it was not part of God's plan for you.
yeah. So I won't keep us on this topic because you're not Andrew Wilson. It's probably something I'd bring up with him. But yeah, it's just like some weird things that I just don't really understand. But yeah, I guess to sort of keep on the Christianity topic a little bit, in the context of fascism, do you think there's a big differentiation between a fascist regime like a Christian nationalist one? And if so, like, what would that be?
Yeah. No, this is a beautiful question. I love it. So for me, fascists are political corporatist flexible authoritarians. I think the closest one that I can think of in my mind is J.D. Vance. And the point with a fascist is that within the flexible authoritarian framework, you do not care how you achieve power. You also probably don't care how you maintain power. And then there's this like vague appeal to pushing for the political corporative health. But we've seen this executed by Franco, Hitler, argumentative or arguably Pinochet, and arguably Mussolini, or actually definitely Mussolini. And what ends up happening is, like, yeah, they might be pushing for the good of the nation state from their perspective, but they also create these like cults of personality that they benefit from, where they might have a harem, or they might benefit financially, or they have access to all the best villas in the kingdom. There's always this justification for why the grand leader gets the maximum benefit. And so that's where I think fascism not necessarily, but fascism often entails a cult of personality around a strong leader who reaps personal benefit. Whereas with Christian nationalism, if it's actually not a veneer for fascism, but it's actually a sincerely held belief, what it believes is that there are some scriptural verses that can be used to justify separating the divine from the profane, the divine from like the political. And we use those in the Western world in order to justify our separation of church and state. But if you look at early Christendom, particularly like the formation of the Bible and the establishment of the original church, effectively the Eastern Orthodox Church or the Eastern Catholic Church, that establishment was almost purely secular, almost purely political, almost purely mundane. And so it's kind of a recognition that if we want Christendom, which is a land that is filled with the prescriptions of Christ, that needs to be reinforced through a secular lens, or with secular power, or mundane power. And so Christian nationalism is this belief that the nation is the people, right? The people that a Christian nationalist care most about are Christians, and therefore Christians should be the tribal identity that's advocated for politically. And it's contradictory to a lot of scripture, but they don't care.
Do you think there are genuine Can you name any like genuine Christian nationalists, or do you think most of them are using it as a veneer for like sort of
Yeah, I know one. I think it's Nick Freitas.
Yeah, but like people like, I don't know, Nick Fuentes or something. Would
Yeah,
you say
yeah.
fall?
I think I think Nick Fuentes, he probably bounces between the two. I would have to ask him about his faith. Same thing with like JD Vance. I think JD Vance uses Christian nationalist talking points for power. And I think when it comes to this, looking at 1930s Germany in particular, there was a marriage between the National Socialists and the Christian Nationalists because the Christian Nationalists were also anti-Semitic and they were
Yeah.
also powerful. And so that marriage made it so the Nazis and the Christian nationalists kind of like, commingled and married, and the Nazis ended up being more powerful than the Christian nationalists, and they purged a few of the Christian nationalist leaders. But that's where ultimately the only way that I think you could differentiate them is their marriage to flexible authoritarianism. But beyond that, I almost don't think it matters, because the Christian nationalists are marrying themselves to an authoritarian state because they know that it will benefit them the most. And I actually think that all the Christian leaders who you saw twist themselves into knots in order to justify Donald Trump's presidency are guilty of that exact sin.
Yeah. Okay. I guess, would it be accurate to say that like maybe a fascist would view the church as sort of like another organ within the fascist framework? And
no,
but a
that's
Christian nationalist would-
Mussolini. That's Mussolini all day. Mussolini power shared because he knew that he couldn't abolish and make the church subservient to him. He knew he couldn't do that with a monarchy as well. So he power shared with the church and the monarchy. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Mussolini. I'm more familiar with like British fascism because that's just what I've read on. Because I don't have autism. But yeah, like
you're in good company.
Yeah. But yeah. So Nick Fuentes, I mean the femboy stuff is probably not great for Christians.
If you were asking me for my gut reaction, I think he's a Christian nationalist to his core. Like, he genuinely, the political corporative whole that he wants to advocate for is Christianity and Christian people. However, I think that he also likes flexible authoritarianism. So for me, he would actually be like a Christian nationalist fascist, because there are so many things that he does that are antithetical to Christian prescription. I don't think it would be possible for him to be, how do I say this? I think he probably takes his faith seriously, but I also think that he expects God to forgive a lot of his sins in the name of the greater good, which is not a scriptural perspective.
Yeah, I mean, besides the hanging out with femboys and stuff, like comparing him to Andrew Wilson, would you say they're different in any regards to their adherence to the Christian faith?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Andrew Wilson is Orthodox, and then I think that Nick Fuentes is Catholic. But not only do they have denominational differences, I think they view their approaches as different. I think that Andrew Wilson, he aspires for personal power, money, clout, influence, all that kind of stuff, and he wants to convert as many people as possible. But I don't think he actually wants to seize authoritarian control of the United States government, although he does make arguments for it. I think that Nick Fuentes, if he could, he would be the dictator of America tomorrow. And barring him becoming dictator of America, he would want somebody who was inspired by him to become dictator of America. I think he actually has aspirations for secular power.
Yeah, I'm going to give a little bit of a disagreement here. I was listening to your conversation with Andrew Wilson regarding I think it was on Christian nationalism. Yeah. I was listening to it in a Lowe's, like a garden supply store. So I don't know if I was paying full attention, but the main takeaway I got from that was that Andrew Wilson believed that taking full power and being is justified because the left has already done it. Like, he was giving a justification for it, and he was saying like why he ought to do it.
Yeah, so I kind of conceptualize it as like a funnel, right? So if we have like sometimes they talk about it in like a sales funnel term, but if there's a funnel of belief, And they talk about like the alt-right pipeline and the left-wing pipeline and this, that, the other. In my opinion, I agree that Andrew Wilson was making arguments for what you're talking about. But I would view him, if we were conceptualizing it as like a sales funnel, he's higher up on the funnel where he doesn't personally aspire to political power himself. But he makes rationales and reasons for somebody like Nick Fuentes. And then Nick Fuentes is like funnel adjacent, where he's on the tip of the funnel that hasn't fallen in yet. And so effectively, I would view the funnel feeding into a Christian nationalist, maybe even a dictator, a Christian nationalist, pseudo-dictatorial, pseudo-authoritarian president or Congress. And so, yeah, I think I just don't view Andrew Wilson as far down on the sales funnel as Nick Fuentes, but they feed the same machine.
I would kind of agree, but I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like the big thing with the funnel of nationalism or of like extreme ideologies is that like the further down you go, the smaller your audience gets. Like if you go down to like the super esoteric like communism stuff, you'll probably get like 1,000 viewers or something. But if you do like what Hassan does, which is like vague appeals to socialism and stuff like that, you can capture a wider audience. But Andrew Wilson is a smaller creator than Nick Fuentes. He doesn't appeal to as many people. I feel like almost Andrew Wilson might, if not further down the pipeline, he would be in a different but similar pipeline.
Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily need to like completely rectify any contradictions in this metaphor because the truth is, I think that there's other variables at play. So I agree with you that the more esoteric and weird your ideology gets, typically the less followers you have. But I think with Nick is also like a pretty uniquely funny and charismatic person. And he also, as far as I can tell, he's one of the few people who I think does this. As far as I can tell, a healthy chunk of Nick Fuentes' content is speaking extemporaneously about his belief system. And that's kind of wild. Like if you think about that, Hassan Piker's a React Andy. He watches other people's content. He injects his perspectives on it. If you even watch Destiny reacts to other people's content, so on and so forth. And so Nick actually just speaks extemporaneously for like 40 minutes to 3 hours while engaging with chat. And I think that's I hate to use the term generational talent, but it popped into my head. Yeah, that might overcome the differences in audience size.
Yeah, I think Nick Fuentes is a very smart fellow, and he understands like how to appeal to people very well. So that might be
I think he's funny. I enjoy his content, and I'm a massive critic of his politics. I think he's like a dog shit person advocating for a dog shit ideology, and yet when I engage with his content, I think it's funny, and I think it's interesting, and it's interesting to combat.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. There are many people who I disagree with politically all the time who are funny. And their comedy might come from a place that I would disagree with, but I could still appreciate the humor within it. And I think that's where Nick Fuentes has an advantage over, I guess, people like Andrew Wilson. Like, no offense to Andrew Wilson, he's not really funny.
Well, that's one of the things too. Just even talking about this from like a content creator standpoint, there are people who create good content that's good to react to. And then they're like political opponents, people that I don't like, that I like to fight. And then there's people who don't. And a lot of people talk about the Hassan Piker hate industrial complex. I think what's so funny about the Hassan Piker hate industrial complex is that it's not reacting to Hassan's content, because maybe this will be mean to Hassan fans in the chat or whatever, because Hassan Piker's content is actually dry and like boring as fuck. And so
as a guy, I used to watch him a little bit. I didn't watch it very long because it was
boring. Dude, I've tried to react to Hassan Piker segments. They are so dry. And I say that probably as a dry creator. And so like, bruh, like it's almost impossible to react to him and call him a piece of garbage, because he goes on like a 40-minute geopolitical rant and that is like 70% accurate. And then you have to be like, okay, well, I agree with him here, here, and here, but this is where he's stupid. And that's the content. Whereas with Nick, if he's throwing like a spicy joke every now and then, he says some crazy anti-Semitic shit. He, you know, calls the vice president of the United States like a race traitor. Like those things are like funny and engaging enough that you can actually riff off of them.
Well, I think it's also more so a thing where when Hassan Piker goes to another platform, he'll change his behavior to match that platform. But Nick Fuentes doesn't really seem to do that, from what I see. Like Nick Fuentes went on Piers Morgan, and he like fully admitted his positions. He like fully accepted them, and he like acted pretty much as he would in his normal streams. But to Piers Morgan, I think that's very appealing to a lot of younger men, maybe, who feel like they have to adjust their behavior to fit a certain expectation.
And even in that debate, though, one of the things that I thought was really funny was the 100 million comment. Okay, so there's this joke that I think is pretty funny. I understand if Jews get offended though, and the joke is like, I see a cute girl, and then I say out loud, "Oh, I think it's 12 million," right? Like, you know, like you're trying to hit on the Jewish girl by.
As a guy who's very against Nazis, no, I can agree that there are a lot of jokes about the Holocaust that are pretty funny.
Right. But and so Nick kind of did that joke live with Piers Morgan, where Piers Morgan is like, "Well, what do you think the number is?" And Nick was like, "Oh, well, you know, nobody really knows. It could be 6, 7, it could be 8, it could be 100 million. We just really don't know." And like Piers Morgan, because he wasn't picking up on the sarcasm or the post-ironic humor, he kind of was like, "Oh, okay." Like Nick's admitting that the number is high, but he didn't realize that like Nick was being sarcastic as fuck. And so that's where but I laughed.
He did realize. I feel like he did realize, but he just couldn't combat it. He didn't know what to say in response. He didn't expect Nick Fuentes to. I think he expected Nick Fuentes to deny it, you know, or deny the claims of anti-Semitism. I think he expected Nick Fuentes to be like, "Oh, well, I mean, obviously, it's like, I mean, I believe in the official numbers and stuff like that." Just going a big rant about that. But when Nick said that, I think it caught him off guard, and I think it's just sort of left speechless.
Well, same thing with the too soon thing, right? Where he's like, "How dare you make a joke about World War II and the Holocaust? People died." And then Nick is like, "What? Too soon?" And even like Joe Rogan, even there's this guy who's Shane Gillis. They talked about it on the Joe Rogan podcast because they thought it was so crazy that effectively like the voice of the far right in modern America was able to go on to Piers Morgan and be funny and charismatic. And so those jokes, like obviously, once again, I need to reemphasize this. I think Nick Fuentes is probably a bad guy in a lot of ways. He's kind of a douchebag. And then also, I think the politics that he advocates for are horrific. And if they were implemented, they would destroy modern American society.
Well, he's also just a hypocrite.
But he's funny.
Like, I mean, that's probably my main issue with Nick Fuentes, honestly. Like if he were the true Catholic and he truly adhered to the values of it, I'd be fine with that. But the fact that like he's like through one side of his mouth, I don't know. I don't really watch Nick Fuentes, but you know, like advocating for like super hate policies against like LGBTQ people and stuff like that, and then throughout the other side of his mouth, he's flirting with a femboy.
I think the femboy stuff, so that's Catboy Cammy. So I think because like meta ironic, post ironic humor, Jreg, JREG, he has this excellent video on it. I forget which one's which, but I think meta ironic, if I remember correctly. So ironic is sarcastic, right? So I say something as if I was saying it earnestly, but I put an inflection on my voice so you know that it's the opposite, right? And then I think meta ironic is a return to sincerity, which I think is what Nick Fuentes does a lot, where effectively he says something true as if he was saying it sarcastically, but he's double meaning it. That way, you know that he's actually being sincere. So for instance, like the 100 million joke or whatever, he's saying it as if it's a joke, but he's actually like what he's really trying to get the audience to get at is that he is skeptical about the Holocaust numbers. And so it has the appearance of sarcasm, but it returns to sincerity. And then I think post-ironic is actually what Sam Hyde does a lot, which is where like you're so confusing about when you're being sarcastic and when you're being sincere that part of the game of the audience or whoever's watching you is figuring out whether or not you're joking, and then never really fully revealing whether or not you're joking. And so I think the Groypers use a lot of like post-ironic humor to cover up meta-ironic beliefs. But at the end of the day, it's just like, it's like irony poisoned.
Yeah, I think with Sam Hyde, I would agree with you if it was like 2020 or something. I think Sam Hyde sort of dropped the mask.
No, he has. He said some crazy shit on Twitter that was just like, oh, he's actually an anti-immigration race realist.
Well, not just Twitter. He has an entire channel dedicated to posting. I don't even know what to describe it. Just imagine like the alt-right and then just go further right. Go off the spectrum. Yeah.
No, I'm with you. He's no longer a post-ironic satirist comedian. He's like a post-ironic dissident right-wing freak.
Yeah, which I think in a way has sort of hurt him because he's a lot less funny than he used to be. Because the funny part came from the fact that he would say like super edgy stuff, but it was sort of like up to interpretation. But now that you know he's this crazy, it becomes less funny. And I'm just wondering, how can Nick Fuentes remain funny while still having those extreme positions, but Sam Hyde couldn't? And then I thought maybe it's the honesty. Maybe people want you to be honest.
No, I think they do. I think young white men want to have maybe I say antipathetic, so antipathy. They want to express antipathy towards women who are dominating society and making them cover up the way that they express themselves. They want to express antipathy towards Jewish people who use the Holocaust and World War II history and Zionism as a political cudgel with which to beat them. They want to have antipathy towards Black folk who have these systemic cultural criminal issues that American society pays for. And they want to have antipathy towards Middle Eastern and North African immigrants, mostly because they're Muslim, but also because they come from countries that these guys hate. And then same thing with Hispanic immigrants. They just want to say, oh, well, these are like the unwashed, swarthy masses, and I don't want them near me. And so they just want to be able to say that without having to be afraid of social consequence. But I think the problem is that like social consequences aren't what they were during the woke era, like 5 to 10 years ago. But I still think America is imposing a social consequence for people being like that.
Yeah, I feel like the main difference between I guess America in like 2016 or 2014 versus now is that like it was, I mean, as a liberal, I'll have to admit it was pretty one-sided back in the day. It was pretty one-sided where if you spoke out against, I don't know, if you 1350 or stuff like that, you would have like maybe millions of people like speaking out against you and stuff like that. But if you talk about like how people from the South are dumb, inbred hicks or something, I don't know if I could say that. Sorry.
No, go for it. I love a little bit of spicy ethno-religious bigotry on my channel. But I think what's changed though, and this is where I like American liberalism and I like American freedom of conscience and freedom of speech, is I feel like we needed to have that conversation. Like we needed to have a conversation about how hundreds of thousands or millions of young men feel like they're being left behind, feel like they're being vilified within their own culture, feel like they don't have a voice in modern American society, and they're being left behind socially and economically and educationally and sexually. And then also we need to have the minorities say, well, you think you have it bad. Look at the way that I've been treated for the past 300 or 400 years. And then have everybody have a big like a cultural scrap about it. And so that's what I like about the American liberal system is like, did progressives and wokies get a little bit too cancelly there for a little bit? Sure. But did a kind of right-wing billionaire buy a social media platform and totally change the Overton window? Yes. And that's because of American freedom.
Yeah. American freedom to me, I mean, I'm not American, so I have sort of like a vaguely outsider view of it, but I think a lot of the tenets of it are super good. I just love the core ideals of American exceptionalism, but I feel like Americans drop the ball when it comes to implementing it.
Oh yeah, that's America to a T. Like we have all these like highfalutin ideas that we constantly fail to uphold. I just want to bring up a pertinent example. The what is it? The national anthem. So the national anthem had a line from it that was struck where it was saying that like what is it like the fierceness of the American patriots drove fear into the British and the slave. And so the original guy who wrote the national anthem that we've been singing for the past like 250 years, Star Spangled Banner, there you go. He wrote this line basically saying like, oh yeah, when like chattel black slaves get afraid of American militant patriotism, that's a good thing. And so it's kind of funny that we have this like wholesome symbol of American patriotism that even itself in its original iteration was actually quite fucked up.
Yeah, well, I mean, American system in a very inception had some fucked up elements. I'll agree with that. Like, for example, one of the main reasons the Americans broke away from the British was because I believe the British forbid the American colonies from expanding westward. That was a big issue.
Yep, we weren't allowed to go past Appalachia. Yep.
Yeah. So there are fucked up elements of it, but I think like the core ideology, the core constitution, everything like that is very, very good, and I like that. As a Canadian, our constitution's we have like a bill of I can't even remember. Like it's so
a bill of suggestions.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's so non-memorable. But there's a Churchill quote, or it might be you know Churchill has like fake quotes all over the internet. But like I believe he says the Americans do the right thing after they tried everything else.
True. No, dude,
Yeah.
that's like our entire history, like trying to keep slavery for a while, you know, having a civil war about it, avoiding World War I, eventually coming in and settling it, going into World War II late and effectively letting like all this ethno-religious slaughter take place before we finally got into it.
Keeping segregation for...
Yeah, segregation. Yeah, like, dude, yeah, of course. And that's where I do like there's a Martin Luther King Jr. quote, and then I think Obama actually followed up on it, where I think the Martin Luther King Jr. quote is like, the arc of history bends towards justice. And Obama was like, yeah, but it takes a lot of people actively bending. And so like, that's America, man. We have these highfalutin ideas, and we definitely fail, dude. Even today, I want to soy out and condemn Donald Trump for being a unilateral villain, kidnapping the sovereign or the president of a sovereign nation with whom we have not declared war, and we have not declared an authorization of use for military force by Congress. But then we were Googling all of the military conflicts that we've been involved in for the past 100 years. And we have not, dude, we haven't had authorizations for uses of military force in like 70% of them. The president just did shit. And it was like, people were just like, eh.
I think my main opposition to Venezuela is honestly, it's just that Trump is doing it. I don't trust Trump to do it well, especially with the history of American nation building.
And that's the thing that was driving me crazy. So we watched, what did we watch? We watched, God, why can't I think of his name? We watched an autistic guy after we watched Ryan Macbeth. That's what it was. And Ryan Macbeth, in my opinion, some people are fighting me in chat about it, but Ryan Macbeth just kind of presumed that we were in a position to nation build Venezuela, and he kind of had this like rosy description of the future of American Venezuelan relationships, but he didn't describe any of the mechanisms through which we would actually nation build, considering that we don't have any boots on the ground, and also the regime is claiming that it's still hostile to us. And then the second guy, the autistic guy, that's why I said you were in good company. He actually described how using the American naval blockade to force Venezuela to come our way and abandon the counter coalition of Russia, Iran, and China. Either what's going to happen is they're going to get totally shafted by the naval blockade and suffer economically and politically as a result, or they're going to come our way. And either way, the counter coalition is getting effed.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
When it comes to Ryan Macbeth, you have to realize, like, I'm pretty sure he's a military analyst, like, pretty exclusively. So when he speaks on matters, usually it's because he's speaking like from a military perspective. In that regard, then yes, the U.S. can absolutely dominate Venezuela and make it come to its wins. But the hard part comes later with nation building, and that's just something America hasn't really been great with.
I mean, I would say Japan and Western Europe were probably good examples of nation building done right. But we, it's a century later, we're still in Japan, we're still in Europe. Whereas our adventures in the Middle East and North Africa and Central and South America are obviously disasters where we've come in, deposed the people that we didn't like, put in corrupt people that we did like, and then let the countries eat themselves. And that's what I would predict in Venezuela.
Well, to interject here, the policy of American intervention in Europe and Japan was way, way different than like what it was in like Southeast Asia and South America. Like,
agreed.
In Western Europe and Japan, they spoke through money. They sent them a whole bunch of money and a whole bunch of goods, and in return, they demand loyalty. Versus, it seems like for some reason, Southeast Asia and South America, they kind of just expect them to roll over and accept American rule.
No, I agree. If you look at Central American history, as far as I can understand from an American interventionist standpoint, is effectively that somebody will take power and they will be sympathetic to socialism or the Soviet Union or Maoist China. And then the United States, because we're not really as interested in South America, although I guess we're interested in Venezuela now, but because we weren't as interested in South America, we would just like pay a random drug-fueled death squad to fight communists and socialists. And then as long as the socialists were losing, we didn't care what actually happened to those countries. And I think that history really lasted up until very recently. Like probably the past decade or two was the only time that we actually started treating Central and South American countries like partners rather than like anarchic vassal states.
Even then, it seems like they're sort of reversing on that policy.
Yeah, well, I think I'm hoping that the difference, if Venezuela was actually like, dude, we were looking at the numbers. I think Venezuela has the largest proven oil reserves on the planet, and they were obviously backing Iran, Russia, North Korea, and China, and they were using the shadow fleet to move their oil around because Venezuelan crude is so dense it has to be cut with other oil. And so if we actually got Saudi Arabia to remain our friends, but then we also deposed a socialist regime in the Western Hemisphere that was supporting through energy supplies all of our rivals and enemies, that would be like a huge geopolitical shift. But, whether or not Trump or Rubio have the cojones and discipline to execute, I think is an entirely different question.
Yeah, well, if you want to go by proven oil reserves, I mean, I'm from Alberta in Canada. Like we have the third largest oil reserve in the world, and we're like right next to you. Like why not invest in Canada rather than invading Venezuela and trying to do nation building for?
Because we're already friends, and you already sell us the oil, and you have like 180 gigabillion or gigabarrels or whatever it's called. Venezuela has 300, and so and by the way, that's why we don't have to invade Saudi Arabia, right? Like two-thirds of the pilots on 9/11 were of Saudi descent. but we didn't invade Saudi Arabia, because even if there were jihadist sympathizers in Saudi Arabia was already selling us oil. So we didn't need to invade. We were already reaping the economic benefit of being in Saudi Arabia. Matter of fact, that's why the hijackers did what they did.
Why didn't they invade? I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure in '73 wasn't there like a huge blockade on or embargo on U.S. On exports to the U.S. from
OPEC.
Yeah.
Yes. OPEC. So the oil producing companies of whatever. Yeah. So there was this thing where I think 67, 73, somewhere in there, right? The Israel invaded Lebanon, I want to say. Was it that 70s or was that the 80s?
Israel cannot help the reputation.
Yeah. But I think after the OPEC blockade, because I remember my parents telling me about this, I remember my father-in-law telling me about this, is that effectively after OPEC did a strong blockade against the United States was like, you're not doing that again, bitch. And then we became supremely involved in Middle Eastern and North African geopolitical affairs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it sort of just like fueled. I don't know why America likes oil so much. I guess it sort of fuels their life, right? Like for example, if you go to China, I'm pretty sure, because I'm about to go to China pretty soon for a trip, which means I can't speak about Mao. I have to say that for later. But yeah. But yeah, if you go to China, everything's cheaper but fuel. I'm pretty sure fuel on average is probably, I could be wrong. Yeah, I think it's more expensive than the US or Canada for that matter.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah. And I guess it's just like Canada, America, the Western world has like made a huge effort to make fuel cheap. And
we not only do we have the Saudis who have backed us the entire time, not only have we put pressure on Iran the entire time, not only have we put pressure on Venezuela the entire time, but through fracking, I think the United States became like a net oil exporter. So we produced enough for local consumption and we sent oil out into the world. And then, like you said, Canada is sitting on like 170 gigabarrels or whatever, which is basically like 1 billion barrels of oil. And so we're the Western world is largely energy self-sufficient and has like a very cheap market by comparison. But China, I think, is reliant on Iran, which is under American economic and diplomatic pressure. And I think it's also reliant on Venezuela, which is also under American economic and diplomatic pressure. So yeah, so they're, I'm sure that not every Chinese citizen is going to have a 4-door sedan that they fill up with gas twice a week.
I'm pretty sure the majority of the cars are electric now.
I'm sure. And they probably planned it on purpose to not be as reliant on fossil fuel, because they don't want to fuck with the United States as much. That's actually one of the reasons, maybe I'm going a little wide with it, but I think one of the reasons why the United States expressed some anxiety about abandoning Afghanistan was because they basically knew that the Chinese were going to come in after us and develop it for rare earth minerals. And Pakistan and Afghanistan are both rich in rare earth minerals.
I didn't know Afghanistan had anything really. I thought it was just like basically.
Oh, they have like trillions of dollars. The problem is getting to it and getting it out of the country.
Oh, because it's so unstable. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that sort of applies to Venezuela as well. Well, not sort of, it does. Venezuela is super unstable. But yeah, like to go to like Canada-U.S. relations, I guess it's a Canadian big sentiment here seems to be like a sort of anger at the fact that the U.S. seems to treat us as though the U.S. is like subsidizing us in some way, but we aren't giving back in the relationship, when from our perspective, we're giving you super cheap oil to refine and sell off for a profit.
No, I'm with you 100%. I hope that, honestly, I'm hoping I identify as a Republican because I like representative democracy. I like technocracy. I think we should be electing the best people amongst us, and they should be creating policy that doesn't suffer from the whims of the masses. That's the way Republicanism was sold to me as a philosophy, and the party was sold to me as a young man. But I'm borderline hoping that a normal Democrat administration comes in after Donald Trump so we can try to re-normalize relations with Canada. And I think the Canadians should be angry and should use whatever social and political leverage they have to try to beat the United States back into normalcy. Because treating Canada like a vassal state and treating Greenland like a vassal state that we need to conquer is lunacy. Absolute lunacy.
And I guess like as a Canadian, it just comes across as very like disgusting, I guess, because like if you look at U.S. and Canadian history, like apart from 1812, we have been like pretty lockstep in what we do together, especially economically. Like basically, like Canada has like a whole bunch of natural resources. The U.S. has a lot of capital. They'll invest in Canada. They'll get profits off of the resources they invest in Canada. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, and to have like a president like go out and say, we're thinking of making you the 51st state. Also, you're a parasite on us. It's just very, very hard to reconcile that.
I think their resentment, insofar, I don't think the resentment is real. I think it's the same thing like Anglophobia. I think it's like talking shit about the United Kingdom or talking shit about British people and being like, oh, you guys are the monarchists and we kicked your ass during the Revolutionary War. Don't bring up 1812 though. Like it's this kind of like fraternal resentment and ribbing, but it's also like bullying behavior, right? And I think the bullying does come from the military aspect of things, because Canada like largely does not need to focus on even though they've participated in the war on terror.
Yeah, our military is like hopeless.
Right. And then same thing with the United Kingdom. It's not whether or not the United Kingdom has like a long history of military exploits. It's the fact that they've taken their foot off the gas for the past, arguably since the Falklands, is 40 or 50 years. And then, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you. I think the UK and France are exceptions to this. I think a lot of like the rest of NATO sort of apply to this, but I think the UK and France have, at least to some extent, kept their military sort of capable. Like, for example, right. the UK has like 2 functioning aircraft carriers right now, I believe, and France has like 1, and these are like full-size aircraft carriers.
But the argument from the United States, like, so for instance, this was like a 4chan PFP that I think captures the essence of what we're talking about here, is there's an American aircraft carrier and then there's a British aircraft carrier, and they're side by side, and
the British one's like 3 times smaller.
Yes, and the British PFP is like, oh yeah, America compensating for much, obviously making like a dick joke. And then the American flag reply immediately underneath it is like, yeah, weak ass allies. And so there's a portion to which the American commercial military empire has been built without the consent of the American people. And therefore there's American resentment to its own empire. And then there's also like a pride and patriotism in the strength of the United States military and the empire that it is able to maintain. And so if you're like, hey, that's a contradiction, it's like, yeah, that's actually, in my opinion, that is the contradiction of the Trump administration, is like the saber rattling, chest pounding militarism mixed with an isolationist stance.
Where do you stand more so? Do you stand like more so on the isolation stance or the saber rattling?
I'm a Teddy Roosevelt guy. I'm a speak softly and carry a big stick kind of guy. So I actually have no problems with American military or commercial empire insofar as it's existed for the past 100 years. But I think that America oftentimes overestimate, even though our military capacity is amazing. I think we do overestimate our military capacity, and we pay really bloody lessons repeatedly because we assume that we're untouchable.
I don't think you overestimate your military capacity. I think your military capacity is amazing. They can do a lot of amazing things. I mean, amazing in like not a moral sense, but like in a like just pure like
logistically complex for sure.
Yeah. But I think you overestimate the parts that come after it. Like you think that after you defeat a country, after you defeat their military, and then it's just sort of like that's the easy part then. And then you just have to like focus on the easy parts, which is like nation building. But no, that's the hard part. Trying to make people like you.
No, that's the so I mean that you just summarized the entire war on terror in 20 seconds. And a lot of people really hate Paul Bremer for he was like a head of the State Department who was responsible for de-Baathification in Iraq, and they all blame him for the civil war that happened. But I actually blame the general who was a part of the invasion because I forget his name, but
Which Iraq?
Iraq 2.0, not Persian Gulf, not 1992, 2003.
Okay, yeah, I don't know that one.
So I don't remember the general's name in 2003, but the general's name in 2003, he gets asked by the Bush administration, "Hey, can you take out the government of Iraq? Can you invade? Can you do this? Can you do that?" And he's like, "Yep, no problem, super easy, we'll do it." And then somebody asked him, I don't know if it was a press briefing or if it was a part of the Bush admin, but somebody asked him like, "Oh, well, what's your position on after a successful invasion?" And he said, "Oh, that's the State Department's responsibility." And that's how much thought he put into it. And so for me, it's like, dude, you got 200,000 Americans, billions of dollars of military equipment, a collapsed Iraqi army, a restless, riotous, hungry population. And you seriously thought that the State Department, somebody with like a budget like 80% less than yours and doesn't typically carry guns, was going to be what was going to fix Iraq once we invaded. That's like a degree of diplomatic incompetence that I can barely wrap my head around.
I feel like you could learn lessons from the British Empire in that regard. I feel like for all the faults of the British Empire, they were very good at like pacifying a population and making them okay with occupation. Like, for example, India I could not imagine a single time where the United States will be able to take over India and rule it as a colony. But the British did. They did it pretty easily.
Well, I think there were lessons that we did learn, like working with indigenous forces and training indigenous forces and this, that, the other. But I also think that the local population has to want it to some degree too. And what I mean by that is like finding the power brokers that already exist within a society and then working with said power brokers in order to achieve peace and all that kind of stuff. There were attempts by the United States, but I also feel like the United States tried to like reinvent the wheel both in Afghanistan and in Iraq.
Yeah, well, to touch on that, like when it comes to the British colonizing India, I don't know if you know much about the history of that, but like basically the whole entire history of that was basically the Mughal Empire was in decline, it was falling, and then the British Empire sort of just like took the place of the Mughal Empire. Like they didn't do a whole regime change, they didn't make it a huge spectacle. There was a princely state system where you have like little sections of princely states that would like pay taxes to like the ruler, and they just took over the role of that.
That would have meant leaving the Ba'ath Party to some degree in charge in Iraq, which I don't think a lot of people would have morally tolerated, and actually the Shia and the Kurds would have been quite upset by that. And then same thing with Afghanistan, it would have involved leaving the Taliban in charge. There's a degree to which I think that America would have been better off if we had not invaded Iraq at all and instead shifted to targeted sanctions the way that we did in Russia in order to hurt the Hussein family until eventually they collapsed as the power in Iraq. And then there's in Afghanistan, I don't really see a problem. If Al-Qaeda committed the attack on 9/11 2001 and the Taliban were not willing to surrender Al-Qaeda, then I don't really have a problem with deposing the Taliban.
Yeah, I think 9/11 was like a pretty exceptional event in that regard. Like I think it sort of gave America a carte blanche for doing anything else in the region.
100%. And then the Bush administration abused that into getting us to invade Iraq
and occupy it for 20 years or whatever.
Yeah. Yep. No, I'm with you. So I mean that's realistically, we're actually about to hit 5 hours, and I'm going to give you a compliment. Normally, when I move into one-on-ones, I lose about 30% of my audience because people aren't entertained by one-on-one conversations. But you successfully held on to 120 people cross-platform. So yeah. So you are
well. Thank you to your audience for liking my commentary here.
Yeah, yeah. We can also thank Destiny for not spinning up an Arc Raiders stream that people could go get bored by and then come back. But but no, you did great. And so yeah, so I typically do 5 hours, and we've been talking for probably an hour to 90 minutes now. So I guess are there any saved rounds? Anything else you want to address before we wrap up? And then are there any socials or anything or any projects that you want to shout out?
As far as socials and projects, I'm pretty lost in that regard. I'm sort of trying to find my bearings politically here.
Become a part of the community of Girl Hottest. That's my community. It's a bunch of pissed off liberals who think liberals are pussies and a bunch of conservatarians who hate Trump. So it's a pretty good place to be.
I'd probably agree with the former there.
There you go.
Well, oh yeah. And sorry, what was the first question?
Oh, just what was there any other topics that you felt like you wanted to hit or share with the audience?
I feel like we touched on basically everything there. We touched on Christianity. We touched on political, what you have to do in a political environment. We touched on foreign policy. We touched on everything like that. I think it was a very productive conversation, honestly, and I feel like I understand your positions a lot better now.
Okay,
and
excellent.
I'm reinforced in being a fan of you.
Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate it. And then I'm going to run. I'm going to go take care of the family and do XYZ ABC and edit some content and this, that, the other. I hope you have a beautiful day, Donico. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Yep, you too. Bye.
Bye, bud. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna play this as our outro. I know I've already played it for you twice, but I still think it's hysterical. So I would say, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. Go check out your favorite liberal streamer if you want. Fell Runner, Real Serious, Ranger Nation Dubs, Old School, Real Serious again, Ranger Nation again, Real Serious again, Real Serious again, Sacred Snow, Fell Runner, Anonymous Chatter, Fell Runner, and Unork. Thank you for chipping today. Thank you to the Oilers for oiling last night. That was excellent. Thank you to Patriarch. Thank you to Grid One Motorsports. Thank you to whoever else donated last night. I do appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow on Counterpoints Politics. Oh, also, thank you to Christian Blair's for like the $300 dono on January 1st. Seriously, thank you. Check out Send Patriarch tonight. Send Patriarch is going live. So Google Send Patriarch in your YouTube and find it. And Patriarch and Christian Blair say more Geopol. Okay. I mean, if the COG wants more Geopol, I'll give them more Geopol. I don't know if we're going to hold 120 or 130 live viewers if I just start doing mind maps on geopolitical topics, but we could do it. Oh, can I share one more thing? Lots of true Coggers seem to enjoy Geopol. So I wouldn't mind doing this once or twice a week. Do you guys remember when I was doing the story times? Post to Discord. You remember when I was doing story time? I still have a few cop stories, but realistically, I think I've told you guys 70% of my stories. And so what we could do is President Sunday had what I thought was a genius idea, which is theory days. And so theory days, people would donate a sufficient amount of money that he felt like he had made money for the stream so he could engage with a more dry topic and not feel like he was wasting his time because he cut his viewership in half. And so what he did is he did the theory days. Well, if you guys wanted to have a theory day or a Geopol day where effectively, like if we hit a certain goal, if we hit $200 in a stream, or if we hit $150 in a stream, then we're going to dedicate the last 2 hours of the stream to Geopol, or we're going to dedicate the last 2 hours of the stream to this specific dry topic, or we're going to do a book club and we're going to read this book or whatever, the audiobook, obviously. Then like for instance, I could just listen to Robert Kaplan, The Revenge of Geography on stream. We would lose half of our audience, but it's a damn good blog. It's not a blog. It's a damn good book. And same thing, mill bloggers, right? We could watch Chris Cappy content. We could watch Ryan Macbeth content. We could watch whatever that autistic guy's content is. I don't care if we move into more dry stuff, as long as the true cog is happy. And as long as I'm making enough money to pay my bills, I do not give a shit. Yeah. Christian Blair says, I looked at chat. It remained above 100 covering Ryan. Right. But that's because the Venezuela thing is popping off. So let's say that there's a Destiny dick watching traffic helicopter event happening, and then we try to do Geopol. Obviously, we're not going to keep 100 to 120 if there's a DDW traffic helicopter incident. But anyways, I love you guys. Thank you to the 15 people who have donated. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm going to play my counterpoints out of context one more time, and then I'm going to get the fudge out of here. Christian Blair says only cover Geopol. We'll see if Grassroots Hegemon is interested in that. All right, let's go. One more time. Dude, Chud Logic is doing better than ever. He's a slop tuber. And I'll try to sweep for him, presuming he's black based off of how many times he used the N-word. Wait, who was in Paris? The ninjas. And a croissant. I don't care if Donald Trump groped somebody 20 years ago. Listen up, liberal, comma. I don't care about child rape, period. I found an unflattering picture of Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly is starting to look like Mark Kelly with a wig. I just don't feel like it has a lot of broad sex appeal. They said, take your arms, put them like this, smash yourself up against a doorway. That way you can spread out your chest. Normally, my general opinion is Asmongold is too stupid to react to. I'm still a little bit racist. I still love guns. I still think that abortion should be restricted within limits. Indoor smoking is degenerate. She's got special needs. She plays on special teams. We're going to fucking kill you. It's Squidward. I cut up some shorts. All right. Bye, guys. See you in a bit.